never remember. That's it. Good morning, everybody, and thank you for joining us. My name is Pedro Nava, and I'm the chair of the Little Hoover Commission. As we begin, I want to introduce the other commissioners. To my immediate right is Commission Vice Chair Sean Varner. To his right is Commissioner Jana Sidley, who's also the subcommittee chair for this particular study. And to her right is Commissioner Bill Emerson. We expect Commissioner Dion Erner to arrive shortly. Over to my left, Commissioner David Beyer and Kathy Schwamberger, and Commissioner and Senator Jim Nielsen. Welcome, sir. Also today with us are the commission staff. To my immediate left is our Executive Director, Ethan Rarick. In the audience are project managers Crystal Beckham, if you would, there you go, she's raising her hand. Tamar Foster, you can let them know where you are, and our analyst, Sherry McAllister, who is a bursting with pride brand new grandma. Let's do a little bit of housekeeping before we turn to the subject at hand. We'll break around noon for lunch and reconvene at 1 p.m. in this room. The Commission will hold its business meeting during the lunch hour in room 125 in this building as well. You're welcome to join us for the business meeting if you wish. We're live streaming the hearing today via Assembly TV. After the hearing, staff will place a permanent link to the video recording on our website. If you'd like to make a public comment, please give a public comment slip to Crystal. Comment slips can be found on the Sergeant at Arms desk. No sergeant, but maybe some arms. I see many of you are in purple today to raise awareness of domestic violence. You can't see mine, but it's on my socks. As you know, October is Domestic Violence Awareness Month, and I can't think of a more appropriate time for us to begin this study. With more than a third of California women and a quarter of California men experiencing intimate partner violence during their lifetime, countless Californians know and care about someone who has been affected by intimate partner violence. I was quite frankly shocked at the statistics. We think we know about it, but the population at large knows relatively little. So, for example, law enforcement agencies in California field an average of 457 domestic violence calls a day. Approximately 11% of all California homicides are related to domestic violence. More than half of homicides against women are committed by current or former intimate partners. The impacts are enormous. Studies have found that abused women are likely to have higher health care costs, complete less schooling, and earn less in the workforce. Intimate partner violence is the leading cause of homelessness for women. Economic impacts include the cost for police and the criminal justice system, lost wages, emergency shelters, and medical bills, just to name a few. And then there are the human costs, lives cut short, Californians living in fear and in pain, and the price paid by our children and our grandchildren. We know that children exposed to violence are more likely to be in violent relationships themselves one day, continuing the cycle. I have not been a victim of domestic violence, but I have been assaulted. And I can tell you from that experience, that sense of security that you enjoy before that kind of incident never really comes back. It changes you forever. And that's what happens to people who are victims of this kind of violence. Over the next several months, the Commission will examine the ways in which the state responds to this issue. We plan on holding a second hearing in February, and we'll also convene an advisory committee of stakeholders to work with the study subcommittee and our staff. As always, our process will produce a report outlining the state's response to intimate partner violence and making recommendations about ways in which the government can improve its performance on this critical issue. I'd like to thank the witnesses who are sharing their knowledge and experience with us today. You are critical to our work, and we value your contribution. And I want to say that it is customary that as part of this introduction, we would identify the witnesses and give a brief bio of their background. But I've read their bios, and if I did that, we'd break for lunch by the time I was done. We have some extraordinarily talented people who have devoted a large part of their professional lives to working on this critical issue. And we are fortunate and blessed to have that level of talent and expertise with us here today. The Executive Director, will you please call the first panel?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The first two witnesses are Dr. Jeffrey Edleson, who is a professor at and Dean Emeritus of the School of Social Welfare at the University of California at Berkeley. And the next witness will be Julia Weber, who is an attorney and a fellow at the Giffords Law Center and an adjunct professor in domestic violence law at Golden Gate University School of Law. So Dr. Edleson will begin, and then Ms. Weber will speak.
Thank you and welcome.
Try to give you in 15 minutes something that I do in a full semester, 45 hours of course, and start with just a brief overview. I've been asked to give an overview of services and then some of the evidence to support those services. So you have copies, I believe, of
Can I just tell the commissioners, you have copies of the slides in the packet, or you can see them on the screen.
And for 30 years, I was a professor at University of Minnesota and working closely with the Domestic Abuse Project in Minneapolis, where I evaluated a lot of the programs there and co-led groups for men who batter during part of that time. And then for the last 7 years, I've been dean at the School of Social Welfare at Berkeley, where I was an undergraduate, so I came back to California. Born and raised in Los Angeles. So I'd like to use the sort of the image of the tree of life and think about how services over these 40, 45 years, almost 50 years now, have developed across the United States and in California. Some of the earliest research talks about family and friends, that the first responders to domestic violence are often friends, family members, and clergy are the people that victims of domestic violence and their children and perpetrators of violence reach out to. As that tree has grown over time, in the late 70s, groups for battered women emerged around the country, support groups, consciousness-raising groups, sort of co-occurring with the women's movement of the 70s and 80s, the resurgent women's movement. That developed into safe homes where women and just citizens in the community opened their homes, gave an extra bedroom to house battered women and their children. That evolved into shelters for battered women, and usually taking over old homes and housing women in those shelters. And when I say battered women shelters, one thing you should realize is the great majority of residents of battered women shelters are children. Because in every census of battered women shelters, 55 to 75% of the residents are children. Women leave with their children, and in many cases, primarily for their children's safety over their own safety. And then as these shelters have grown, they've grown into multi-service organizations, often building their own buildings in large cities at least, offering a variety of services. As this tree of life has grown over the decades, it's added services for children. So a lot of battered women's programs even have the shelters have teachers resident in this and daycare services in the shelter, or do extended services out in the community for children. Police officers and criminal justice have become involved with pro-arrest policies, probable cause arrest policies, and courts involved in following through on those arrests and mandating men to receive batter intervention services. That's expanded into these batter intervention groups that I worked on starting in the late 70s. Most of those started around 1975, late in the last half of the 70s, and have expanded dramatically across the country. In addition, second stage housing has been added, so after the 30 to 90 days in a shelter, women and children can move into longer term housing, some of that supported by federal funds as well as state funds and local. Services have expanded beyond those immediate services for battered women to involve medical providers, child welfare agencies, and the like, into schools, and developing curriculum for healthy relationships. I'll talk about one of those programs in a minute. Into campuses at Berkeley. I was the co-chair, the founding co-chair of the Coordinated Community Response Team, and every UC campus now has one. Ours at Berkeley has about 40 members from within the campus and the community to coordinate our response to sexual and domestic violence on campus. And every campus is pretty much a community in and of itself. And then finally, engaging men and boys in violence prevention. Futures Without Violence, which is represented in the audience today, has done a remarkable job nationally on engaging men and boys in violence prevention through coaches, through getting male opinion leaders to stand up on Father's Day and make a commitment to nonviolence, and to work with men. One of the things I did just before I left Minnesota was to work with new and expectant fathers on violence prevention, trying to intervene early so that children are not then exposed to violence if we can get to those men early. So I want to move on from just that large expansion over these 4 decades I've worked in the area of services to talk about California. This comes from DV Counts, which is a national effort by the National Network to End Domestic Violence. 2018 was the 13th year that they carried out this one. It's like we do in California with homelessness. There's a one-day, 24-hour count that's done across programs. So in California, there are 118 identified battered women's programs. 96 of those programs responded in 2018. And in that one day in 2018, almost 7,000 victim survivors were served by those agencies. 3,300 found refuge, 3,500 received other services. There were 1,200, almost 1,300 hotline calls, 52 per hour. That was just in that one 24-hour period in California. Sadly, about 10% of the people that sought services couldn't get them because we didn't have adequate coverage of services. And also, sadly, in that survey, California programs, those 96 programs reported that they had lost 54 staff positions in 2018 due to cutbacks in funding. So while we're not serving even those who come to us, we're falling short by at least 10%. And this is probably a gross underestimate because only 81% of the programs responded. We were actually cutting back those services further. So I think that's something serious to consider about how do we serve the number of victim survivors who are coming forward every day. I wanted to move on then briefly to evidence for supporting the services that we do have. So shelters for battered women. Eleanor Lyon, Ann Menard, and others at the National Resource Center on Domestic Violence have evaluated with 3,400 women across the U.S. survey. And one of the controversies of battered women's services is people say, well, does it end the violence? And one of the controversies about that is it up to the women to end the violence against them? And is it up to the shelters to end the violence against them? And really what shelters should be doing is providing support, providing knowledge building about safety resources, helping women identify and utilize safety resources. We should not necessarily saddle an expectation on shelters for women and children with ending the violence when it's the men's. In most cases, it's the men's violence. And I use the gendered terms here because primarily, if you look at sexual violence, physical violence, homicide, it's primarily men's violence against women. It certainly happens in same-sex relationships almost at the same rate. But overwhelmingly, the statistics we have, the relationships we have in the U.S. and that seek services at shelters and in emergency rooms and elsewhere are primarily women victims of male violence. In fact, men are the primary victims of male violence, but it's not necessarily in intimate relationships. It's through stranger-to-stranger violence or between men who are not in intimate relationships. So if you can see, shelters for women, way up 85 to 93% in answer to these questions about knowing more ways to plan my safety, can do more things on my own, more about my options, hopeful about my future. And then also it's really important because so many children are present about services for children. So feeling their children are more supported and the like. And I would point you to Chris Sullivan, who's from Michigan State University. Her summary review of the empirical evidence on services, shelter services from 2012. The area that I have focused on mostly in my career in the last 25 years is children's programs. And interestingly, and only by chance, we have a number of evidence-supported programs that have been tested across North America. Alicia Lieberman at San Francisco General Hospital and the late Patricia Van Horn, and then Betsy McAllister Groves from Boston established child-parent psychotherapy, which is mostly with very young children, one-on-one, working with mothers and child one-on-one, sometimes with fathers and children in a therapeutic setting over a long period of time. That's been tested. Alicia Lieberman did a randomized clinical trial and did find that the impact on the children could be lessened through parent-child psychotherapy intervention. At more of a elementary school age, groups for children, Sandra Graham Berman in particular at University of Michigan, Einat Peled, who's currently at University of Tel Aviv, and Diane Davis in Northern California, have tested and evaluated small groups, usually 10 to 12 weeks long, for children exposed to domestic violence, and found that it lessens, again, the impacts of that trauma on those children and helps them heal. Project support, our support groups, actually home visiting. Renee McDonald and Ernie Jurillis down in Texas have tested and shown that having home visitors go in as a pair, one working with the child, one working with the mom, and sometimes working together in the home, is an effective way to support battered women and their children. And then finally, the fourth R, David Wolf, Peter Jaffe, and colleagues up in Ontario, Canada, and this has been tested and replicated with tens of thousands of mostly high school students across Ontario, Northeast US, and it's really an all-school intervention with school board policies and a curriculum in the class, and then support services for children that teenagers that identify that they're using violence in dating relationships. It's really a curriculum to develop healthy relationships. Again, well-tested and supported intervention. And then Rizo Macy and colleagues did a very good review in 2011, so I share that. And I can share all of these articles with Crystal. And then batter intervention, another area that I've worked extensively in. There are probably over 70 studies now that have evaluated batter intervention programs. These are usually small groups of men, 10 to 15 men with male or female co-leaders. They go for 12 to 52 weeks. California mandates 52 weeks of intervention and the content of those programs. And Ed Gondolf has carried out the largest, from Pennsylvania, the largest multi-city study funded by CDC, and did find, with almost 1,000 men and their partners, found that over a 4-year follow-up, 90% of the men that participated in the batter intervention program had not been violent in the past year, as reported by the female partners, both former and new female partners as well. Probably the best study on batter intervention that's been carried out in the country. And finally, many states, as I mentioned, not only expect and mandate programs, but they certify them. So California, I believe, leaves it to counties to certify the programs. And Julia, you can say more about that. But some also mandate content length and certify the providers. So some providers have to be licensed. I know the state of Massachusetts does that. And then finally, just to argue that most of these services have been fragmented over these 4 decades of my work and on this topic. And that fragmentation leads to loss of support and service and inefficiency in services. So there have been a lot of efforts in recent years to coordinate services among this tree of life that I showed you at the beginning. Casey Gwynn down in San Diego with the Family Justice Center is a great example of that. The Coordinating Council of Santa Clara County in the Bay Area is another great and very different alternative way to coordinate services. Co-location, actually the Family Justice Center in San Diego co-locates staff from a variety, I think up to 80 different agencies have staff present in one location, so there's a one-stop shop. And I think really the long term we haven't really gotten to is integrating these services, really looking at family safety overall and going beyond services for a battered woman, services for a child, and really looking at supporting everybody in the family and integrating our responses to them. We haven't done that yet in many places. So my key takeaways, and then I'll stop for question and answer, is to support early intervention. The earlier, and the studies I did on batter intervention, studies we've seen on arrest, the first intervention is your most potent. First time somebody's arrested, first time somebody goes to batter intervention, first time somebody gets services is your best chance to have an impact. So early and first interventions are very important. Coordinating interventions, there's no single solution. A lot of people have argued to me over my career, well, if we could just get the men to stop their violence, we've solved it. So let's put all of our resources into batter intervention programs. And I would argue that there is no one solution. It's got to be a multi-pronged solution. Many of the men, and I'll give you an example of my study in Minnesota, we did an intake of 500 men. Only 1 in 5 of those men at the very end of our 18-month follow-up actually followed through completely with treatment and were not violent. Half of them dropped out before the first group meeting. Another half dropped out before the last group meeting. And of those who completed, 2 out of 3 were not violent. So that went down to really just 1 in 5 of those 500 men who initially came to the agency. A big study in Texas of battered women exiting shelters by Edward Gondolf found that women left the shelter when their partners enrolled in a batter intervention program. And I would argue that that's a mistake and that we need to continue to support women and children throughout the time and even after men have received a variety of services. There are a lot of other services and other interventions. And places like healthcare and child protection see many, many more battered women and their children than shelters do. And so it's very important that we expand these interventions beyond just the shelter system. And finally, just that we look at the evidence and try to follow the evidence as best we can to support those programs. So I'll end there and
Thank you.
welcome your questions.
Before we start with questions, I just wanted to, and I don't do this to embarrass you, but Commissioner Sidley does have significant experience in this area. And I just think that it would be helpful if you let us know and the audience know the work that you've done in the past. And then we can start with questions.
So I have some experience in the area, certainly nothing compared to our esteemed people who will be presenting. I was the Deputy Director of the Violence Against Women Office with the federal government, so I did have an opportunity to work on these issues. It has been some time since I've worked on these issues, since I was at the position during the Clinton administration, and so we've had a few administrations since then, some less dedicated to these important issues than others. And I think research has changed. I think we've learned a lot more about different types of intimate partner violence as opposed to what we traditionally would think of as the man against women, and you actually even referenced that, and men on men in those types of relationships. So I will tell you that I find this to be one of the most difficult issues for society to grapple with, and I think that solving it really would solve many, many problems. It is gun violence, it is poverty, it is homelessness. All of these are wrapped into this particular set of problems that intertwined with intimate partner violence. So I commend you for your work, and everyone who will testify. Your work in this area is extraordinarily important. And I thank you for being here today and for helping us understand what is going on with this community and your work, and then how we can make some recommendations ultimately to make your work easier or help the victims of intimate partner violence. We're here to be supportive, we're here to learn, and we're hopefully here to make recommendations that lead to better solutions. So that's sort of my opening. Thank you very much.
And Commissioner Beyer has questions, and Commissioner Nielsen, do you have something?
So, as some of my colleagues know, I tend to ask pretty straightforward questions. This is not a trick, but I'd like a 1-minute answer.
Okay.
If you had a minute with the governor, what would you recommend? And there are 3 subparts to the question. Do we have enough data? Do we have enough money? And do we know who's in charge?
In 1 minute. I'd say support the core services that we see in the DV counts we're not even providing to begin with. And then think about where families come into contact with our systems in child welfare, healthcare, schools, religious institutions, and figure out how best to coordinate multiple messages to those families about safety, about violence being wrong, and about providing support for men to change and for women and children to receive safety and support in the community. I don't know if that answers it, but
So there are lots of programs.
yeah, there are. Better
I don't think you
coordination.
answered the questions.
Yeah.
Do we have enough data to know what's good and what works?
I think we do have
Okay.
beginning data.
Check.
Yeah, I
Are we
tried to show
spending,
some of that.
enough money?
I don't think we're spending enough.
I mean, orders of magnitude wrong or directionally correct?
I think I wouldn't say orders of magnitude, but we do need to spend more on basic core support services for battered women and their children. And then I think coordination is where we gain efficiency and better coordinated services across multiple systems.
Is it clear who's in charge of whether it's prevention or intervention after the fact?
My answer would be that the victim of violence should be in charge of the services she receives.
Well, I guess what I'm getting at is you've got the federal government,
right.
the state government, the local government, the
Nonprofits.
grantees,
Yep.
et cetera.
Yep.
And what we've learned from other government programs,
Yep.
I'll use mental health as the example, the state passed a ballot initiative
Right.
to put billions of dollars in mental health and then delegated it to counties.
Yeah.
Doesn't collect the right information, and the standards for execution are not very effective.
Yeah.
That was a gross
think that
oversimplification
varies-
of a report.
varies
so
by county.
in this case, we've got a formula for big problem, lots of players, good academic data, good data from the grantees, enough evidence to support shifting things around, but it's not clear who could or should shift the things around. That's sort of what I'm getting at.
I do think when you see strong coordination in counties like Santa Clara County, for example, where nonprofits as well as government agencies within the county have come together and for decades now tried to coordinate their responses, I think that's a more effective and efficient way of providing the network of services that's necessary. But of course that happens differently in different counties, and the capacity of especially smaller counties may not be there to do that. You may need a regional group of counties possibly to coordinate those services.
Senator, Okay, and then I go to Senator Nielsen.
Let me just follow. So, but if you had your druthers, okay, because I mean, when we talk about child welfare services, the Department of Social Services has that responsibility statutorily, and the counties carry out that
Right.
job. I'm not aware of anybody at the state level where we say so-and-so has the responsibility of dealing with domestic violence,
Right.
right? And so the question is, though, if you had your druthers, who would that be? I mean, is it the Department of Justice? Is it the Department of Social Services? Is it the, you know?
So I think one of the problems federally is that the Violence Against Women Act was a crime act, criminal justice act, and it did not provide enough for social service support services as well as prevention interventions. And so I would argue, you know, CDSS may be a better place to put that than in a criminal justice. Certainly criminal justice needs to be involved, but I would say, unfortunately, at the national level, our response was more, sort of lopsided towards a criminal justice intervention with courts, police, prosecutors, and legal advocates in the DV system, and not enough to prevention and social services. I think
Just to add and sort of make this point, the Violence Against Women Office is located in the U.S. Department of Justice. So that is what we work with. And the police we would primarily deal with would be the FBI. So they have a lot on their plate, clearly. And so to add the domestic violence issues was not necessarily their highest priority. So we did a lot, and there was money available. But in terms of prosecuting cases, we had some trouble. And again, this is 20 years ago that I was doing this, but I think that's the point that you're making. It's a multifaceted problem, and you know, we know how to deal with broken bones and things like that, and we don't know how to deal with the other issues that you're talking about, where it does lead women to family, economic impact, homelessness, the impact to young children in the family and their psychological problems, and we didn't have the tools at the U.S. Department of Justice to address those concerns that are certainly important to all of this. Senator Nielsen, sorry.
Senator, please, thank you. And then Commissioner Varner.
In the 90s, Senator Sheila Kuehl and Jackie Spear did a lot of the pioneering legislation on BWS. Much wasn't understood, I don't think, until then, and their efforts, I think, largely helped clarify it and bring it more to our attention.
Right.
I worked extensively with them on crafting that legislation in the role I then played as chairman of the California Board of Prison Terms. And that would be as we dealt then with individuals who had been incarcerated, who were going to be released to society, and then on parole, so we had
Right.
some means of controlling that population during their period on parole. Has California made progress based on those initial steps in terms of making people more aware and being able to enhance our intervention efforts?
Well, I haven't been back in California long enough to answer that question, and I don't know the original legislation, so maybe Julia.
There's a greater awareness, at least.
Yeah.
One thing that surprised me here is the percentage that of violence against men, too. It is a problem.
Yeah.
It isn't where we need to put our greatest resources, I don't think. But
Yeah,
and the
definitely
other
makes
thing
sense.
that really surprised me early on, meaning back in the 90s, was the violent acts, of course, are egregious, but the controlling behaviors,
Yeah.
such as checking accounts
Yeah.
and credit cards, and you know that dependence factor is groomed.
And that's led some countries, like in the UK, to redefine domestic violence as a form of coercive control, and looking at more of a pattern of control that includes violence, but not just violence, and redefining domestic violence in terms of coercive control.
Dr. Weber, if you want to contribute, please go ahead.
Oh, sure. And I'm not a doctor, just, yeah.
As a
oh,
JD,
sure, yes,
right.
yes. Thank you. That's true. Lawyers should think about adopting that title. Thank you. Anyway, yes, I would just, I'm a beneficiary in many respects. My career in California began in 1999 as a result of efforts by Sheila Kuehl to establish two positions at the Judicial Council that focused on domestic violence policy in our judicial branch. And so the work you did and that Sheila Kuehl did, and so many other people in this room, I think we have to say has made a difference. There's no question. It's just that there's more to do as we learn more about what needs to be done and the various ways that intimate partner violence is perpetrated and all of the different parts of our system that need to be involved in addressing it. So I think that the progress is very clear. I can see that over the course of my career, and there's just more and more to do.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Commissioner Varner?
Thank you both for being here today. I had a question that goes back to something that Commissioner Beyer had started on, and that's with regard to the funding. Some of the reports talk about inefficiencies in the funding, but I think we'll probably hear about that later. So my question is, are there inequities? You talked about a regional approach, and so my concern is that are funds going in places on an allocation or on a formula that aren't getting to the places they need to be? And I don't know if there's if there's studies done or data that shows regionally there's areas that are in greater need than other areas. And I'll just state that we have a report that we're going to be voting on today that is implementation of GIS methodologies for identifying places within the state that do have particular needs, and this could be one that it could be very impactful given the fact that I think you indicated there's data out there. So
I don't have the data on funding. I know partnership is here in the audience, as well as the, CalCASA, the two main coalitions in the state. I'm sure would know more about that, but I don't know if you do.
And
it would also-
partnership will testify later
Yeah.
today.
And I would just add also, based on Commissioner Byer's question that I hope to answer at some point as well, because I always like to think about who's in charge, what data we need, and whether or not there's enough money. I would say one of the things that makes California so interesting is the 58 counties. We have some of the largest counties in the country. Los Angeles and Orange County by themselves are larger than many states. We have some of the smallest counties in the country as well, some of the most rural, two-judge counties with a few thousand people. And so I believe that we need to have regional approaches that respect the culture of the particular community, but also statewide coordination. It's critical because there needs to be at least a floor, so a certain level of minimal services and expectations, accountability, safety planning, access for victims to services, and so forth. And we may do that through regional efforts. And I do think our colleagues will be able to speak more to the actual formulas and the funding needs more effectively. But I would just say that's an ongoing challenge, is how we balance local control and culture with statewide coordination and support for at least a certain floor of services.
thank you.
And so.
Commissioner Emerson?
We have a model for developmental services in the state that's been around for a number of years, the regional centers. Are you familiar with that model?
Yes.
Would this be appropriate to take a look at mental illness in that same kind of model? Do you think that would be workable?
I mean, I would just say there are a number of different issues with intimate partner violence that I hope to get into also that go beyond some of the, there are some similarities and there are some differences. So regional services and the approach that's provided in the mental health context provides some examples. I just think it's complicated and it's in so many different areas. We need to be looking at housing, we need to be looking at social services, we need to be thinking about the legal system. So I would say it's just even more expansive in some ways. But that coordination that Dr. Edleson referred to and that I'll also speak to, I think is critical.
Again, many of the services for battered women and their children are nonprofits. So regional coordination or even county level, these are not necessarily governmental services that are being offered. So that's where I think coordinating councils and the like and co-location of multiple service providers in one location are sort of keys for coordination.
So, Ms. Weber, I'd like for you to, if you want to go ahead and start your presentation, and I don't want you to feel pressured by the time it's on this agenda. I just told Mr. Rarick that we're probably going to not take a break.
Okay.
So please.
All right, great. And is the microphone's working all right? Great. Okay, thank you. So this week marked the anniversary of the tragic death of Claire Joyce Tampango, who was murdered by her ex-boyfriend 19 years ago in San Francisco when he stabbed her to death in her home in front of her 2 young children after she had been reporting his threats and violence against her for the 18 months prior. And I think as we gather here today during Domestic Violence Awareness Month, as the chair has already mentioned, that tragedy and so many others, I think, are on our minds. And I think it's important to remember that our Department of Public Health tells us that 1 in 3 California women have experienced intimate partner violence. 1 in 3. And I've taught thousands of people in workshops and conferences and classes over the course of my career. At almost every single event, at least one person has come up to me and told me their personal story, their experience with intimate partner violence. So this topic impacts all of us. It is a preventable public health problem that crosses class, race, gender, sexual orientation, and geography, but disproportionately affects certain populations: women who are pregnant, African American and American Indian women, and members of the LGBTQ+ community. Abusive partners often impose rules on their intimate partners, prohibiting them from ending the relationship or telling anyone about the violence. They demand loyalty and undivided attention and assert that they get to make all the rules in the relationship. These rules are enforced with physical and sexual violence, emotional and psychological abuse, stalking and threats, and what we're seeing more of is technological abuse, looking at people's social media accounts and using technology to gaslight and spy on intimate partners. When someone subject to IPV reaches out for help, we have an obligation to respond effectively with fair, just, and protective rules and laws instead. Our communities, institutions, and our workplaces all have a role to play in addressing IPV. I commend you for focusing on the issue and for bringing your influence and expertise to the topic. So my perspective is informed by 25 years working with the courts as an attorney and social worker, developing domestic violence policy, helping families, teaching, and consulting on IPV. And for the last year, I've been working with Giffords Law Center to prevent gun violence, to focus on the obstacles that prevent us from being able to implement anti-violence policies, both in the area of domestic violence laws and with our newer gun violence restraining order or red flag law that's getting more attention in recent months. Today, I want to provide you with some recommendations for concrete practices in 3 areas: the intersection of firearms violence and intimate partner violence, the role the legal system can play, and the necessity of coordination and collaboration. So first, firearms violence and intimate partner violence, and a few statistics. Nearly 1 million women alive today have been shot or shot at by an intimate partner. 4.5 million women report an intimate partner has threatened them using a gun. Of all women murdered with a gun in the U.S., half are killed by their intimate partners. Intimate partner homicides that involve firearms are increasing, while those involving other weapons are falling. And the death toll associated with IPV extends to mass shootings as well. In 54% of mass shootings where 4 or more people were killed, the shooter killed an intimate partner. The good news is that there's a lot we can do about this problem, especially in California, where intimate partner violence perpetrators are prohibited from having firearms after specified convictions or while a restraining order is in place. California is the first and still the only state to establish an automated system for monitoring known firearm owners who fall into a prohibited status. APPS, the Armed Prohibited Person System, provides California with a proactive tool for removing firearms for those who are prohibited from having them. The information in APPS is only good, however, as what goes into it. So it's critical that our courts and law enforcement keep CLETS, the California Law Enforcement Telecommunications System that houses these data, up to date. And most importantly, we've got to keep the number of people in APPS as low as possible. But as of January 1st of this year, there were over 23,000 individuals in apps listed as having firearms in violation of their prohibited status. 23,000 people who aren't supposed to have firearms but are on record as still possessing them. This is an alarmingly high number. The Bureau of Firearms itself recommends that to reduce this number, we should obtain weapons from armed and prohibited persons on the front end of the process at the time the prohibitions are put in place, not wait until the automated system makes the connection. So that's why we at Giffords Law Center to Prevent Gun Violence are hosting 2 upcoming convenings on disarming prohibited persons, bringing together over 300 people from law enforcement, courts, research institutions, social service and prevention agencies to help local plans to implement these firearms prohibitions. We can't expect people threatened by intimate partner violence to come forward if we don't take their calls for help seriously and do all we can to enforce these orders. So a model program comes to us from King County, Washington. They had a similar problem, too many prohibited persons who continue to have access to firearms. So they implemented a regional domestic violence firearms enforcement unit. It's staffed by law enforcement, prosecutors, members of the city attorney's office who work to ensure that people subject to domestic violence protective orders relinquish their firearms. The team has more than quadrupled the number of guns recovered in domestic violence cases in the region in just 2 years. We also need law enforcement to be trained on the dangers of intimate partner violence and firearms to ensure compliance, but also to support law enforcement serving orders and responding to the over 160,000 annual calls for assistance involving intimate partner violence. In talking about law enforcement, I'm not just talking about cops or police. Our district attorneys should hold abusers unlawfully possessing firearms accountable. Public defenders and private attorneys should also work with their clients to ensure they adhere to firearms prohibitions in all IPV cases. Our courts need to be fully implementing existing law supporting review hearings to monitor compliance with firearms surrender in IPV cases. And we need further legislative action to ensure the review hearings are consistently in place across the state. We've seen bipartisan support for legislation in this area because when we delay removing these firearms, we put protected parties and all of us at risk unnecessarily. So this takes me to the second area, IPV and our legal system. So 30 years ago, California's Gender Bias in the Court study found that the judicial system's treatment of domestic violence victims raised serious issues of gender fairness. Follow-up work, including recommendations from the Judicial Council's Domestic Violence Practice and Procedure Task Force in 2008, resulted in significant change in policy and judicial education programs. However, even with these changes and the tremendous number of dedicated judicial officers and court staff who work in under-resourced courts, the inadequacies and inequities of the legal system too often mean that effective relief is not granted or enforced. When a victim or survivor asks for help, they are taking an enormous risk. We must take this seriously. Only 20% of all rapes, 25% of all physical assaults, and 50% of all stalking incidents perpetrated against women by intimate partners are reported to the police. So our legal system is asked to deal with a fraction of the intimate partner violence being perpetrated, yet our court calendars are filled with cases involving intimate partner violence. So what can we do? Much of the IPV in our state and our legal system shows up on civil restraining order calendars, which I think is a point a lot of people not in the field may not realize, that we're looking at civil cases where there are no prosecutors or law enforcement and very few attorneys. In 80 to 90% of civil domestic violence cases, at least one party is self-represented. Many are IPV victim survivors navigating a complex process some of us who are lawyers are still trying to figure out, and they need more help from attorneys and from others. Some of that help might come from efforts like the State Bar's Access Through Innovation of Legal Services Task Force. They're working to identify possible regulatory changes to enhance access to legal services through technology, including artificial intelligence, online legal service delivery models, and other examples. We know legal advocacy is critical for victim survivors, which is why all efforts to improve access to legal help are so important. We also need accessible courts that can issue restraining orders in a timely fashion, not closing filing windows at 2 p.m., as many courts do in our state. We need courts that create a record, court reporters, and other transcripts and recordings of court proceedings. We need courts that provide written orders after hearings so that people know what they are expected to do and how they are protected. We need well-staffed self-help centers to provide information in multiple languages and assist with filling out user-friendly forms, more non-attorney legal advocates to help with safety planning. We need our courts to be innovative in how they're structured and to be informed about community-based resources. One example of an evidence-based approach comes from a project a few years ago in Ventura where litigants on a civil domestic violence calendar were given the opportunity to have a home visit with a public health nurse. And Dr. Edleson referenced these kinds of home visit projects in the context of intimate partner violence can be very helpful. Research shows that providing parents with information and help during their children's early childhood is an effective strategy for achieving greater health and well-being. So visiting nurses in this project assisted with a variety of concerns, including intimate partner violence, but not just intimate partner violence, even though that's how they made the connection. The project was simple, it made a difference. Courts should be encouraged to develop model programs like this in conjunction with local resources through, for example, grant funding that encourages court community collaborations. We must also ensure that domestic violence laws in our courts do not further criminalize women of color who are disproportionately impacted by violence in our state. It's estimated that at least 77% of women in jail are victims of domestic violence. Activists call this the sexual abuse to prison pipeline. Women who have experienced abuse as children or in adulthood, including molestation, assault, or intimate partner violence, are more likely to be incarcerated than women who have not. So while some victims of violence have long been hindered in accessing support for abuse because of bias, language, and cultural barriers, recent federal policies, including removal of immigrants by ICE officers showing up at courts, have increased fear and decreased help seeking. So we need to find ways to help survivors who are hesitant about going to court. So as an example, my colleagues and I have developed this brochure that's available now in English and in Spanish that provides a range of options. It's called How to Get Help When Someone May Hurt Themselves or Others and Has Access to a Firearm. And it includes a range of options from calling a suicide lifeline to the domestic violence hotline, calling 911 where necessary or appropriate, but also getting information through 211 about local resources for people who may or may not want to access our courts.
Let me ask you while you're testifying.
Yeah, go ahead.
Is there, because this is being recorded and there's people who will watch it, is there like a website that people can go to download that information on that document?
Sure, we will be putting it up as a PDF. It's brand new, and they can go to the Giffords Law Center to Prevent Gun Violence, and it will be located there.
Thank you.
So thank you. Thank you for asking. So training on implicit bias and intimate partner violence is also critical to providing Californians with a fair and responsive legal system. Hiring is also essential. Our legal institutions should reflect the communities that we serve. We should be looking more closely at how to increase the number of women who are in law enforcement, as recent reports suggest that that can make a difference in help seeking and responses to intimate partner violence. We also need more people with a background in intimate partner violence prevention on the bench, serving as judicial officers in our courts. Those responsible for applying our laws to the facts being presented must have a deep understanding of intimate partner violence so they can better understand and recognize, for example, why somebody who may be pursuing a child custody case may have less interest really in spending time with their child and more interest in controlling the other parent. So this brings me to my third and last area of recommendations. Too many Californians live with the reality and fear of everyday violence in their communities and homes. They may be isolated and convinced there's no way out of their situation. We are more effective when we recognize how intimate partner violence intersects with other forms of violence and with other forms of marginalization, such as the lack of affordable housing, persistent economic inequality, and other forms of structural violence that create injustices based on race, gender, age, disability, and other characteristics. So while the task of working on these issues may seem insurmountable, violence prevention efforts need to be comprehensive to be effective. When we operate in silos, we are bound to make mistakes, and I think we miss opportunities to access additional resources. So we need to build coalitions that include survivors, researchers, educators, lawyers, courts, and other experts. We need to bring stakeholders together to get to know each other, develop action plans, leverage technology, work out local protocols. And the coordinated community response model, which Dr. Edleson has already referenced, provides one example where various organizations and institutions work together to more effectively prevent and respond to IPV. Garnering the participation of key professionals in the coordinated community response approach can be challenging if there is no mandate for them to be involved in preventing intimate partner violence. So that's something that can be done at the state level, incentives and mandates for participation. The implementation of new laws and policies is most successful when paired with the development of a community-wide strategy. So these local CCRs, bolstered with state-level support, can engage the entire community in efforts to change social norms and attitudes that contribute to IPV. And my hope is that we will soon be spending less time asking, why didn't she leave, and more time identifying what it is we can do to stop the violence. So thank you for your attention. Happy to answer questions. Again, thank you.
No, thank you very much. Questions? Mr. Byer.
Can we clone the two of you? Really powerful testimony. So I've got three questions. On the first one, conflict of interest declaration. I'm on the board of the Coalition to End Gun Violence, and so I'm familiar with their work in California, and you very capably described the passage of that law, and good for the legislature for passing it. But as you noted, implementation has been, the euphemism is spotty. I would call it terrible. Many counties just seem blissfully ignorant about the existence of the law, judges not knowing about it, DAs not pursuing it, the mismatch between people who should be prohibited from having guns and still having them, all that kind of stuff. So as we think about all the good ideas that you have, goes back to, okay, something passes or something gets funded, who's making sure that it happens? And that seems to be a theme from both of your testimonies, and it goes to the questions asked by other commissioners. Are we really keeping track of the public health, social problem in a way that's comprehensible and give people a sense of potentially optimism? And so that leads to my questions. What's the role of employers, because there's a glue there, and what's the role of social media? People spend more waking hours in an employment context than anything else. And second is on social media. And so those two forums seem to be an opportunity to both educate, help prevent, mitigate, create communities of support around victims, all those kinds of things. And it doesn't seem like many programs, or at least none of the ones you've talked about, focus on those two areas. Sort of why not and what can we do?
Okay, thank you. So I'll start, but I would just say one of the issues that I find most interesting and challenging around implementation of the gun violence restraining order law, and why I jumped into this opportunity to work with the Giffords Law Center on the topic, was because there seemed to be such confusion about why that law has not been fully implemented, right? We see, as you described, spotty implementation. I think part of the challenge really speaks to the issue of the silos, because I think that many people in the gun violence prevention community were not as aware of how limited implementation of the laws prohibiting firearms in domestic violence restraining orders were being implemented. So there was a sense that, okay, well, we've sort of addressed that in domestic violence, and now the GVRO will take care of the gaps where we're not talking about needing to kick someone out of the house or harassment or abuse, and we'll get firearms in these specific situations. We weren't doing a good job getting firearms before the gun violence restraining order went into effect. So we needed to look at the decades prior to what's prohibiting us, what's preventing us from getting the firearms when we prohibit people. And that speaks a lot to expectations around sort of challenges around notions of why people need to hold on to their firearms. It speaks to issues of resources, not having these regional firearms units that I referenced that we have in Seattle. We have a couple of examples. We know how to get them in certain situations, and we're willing to do that. But we have to have, I think, some greater oversight, some coordination, some follow-up. We need to be thinking about, as we develop these policies, we've seen better implementation in some areas of the country where there were grassroots efforts to make sure, as the legislation moved forward, key people were on board or understood what would be required, as opposed to putting the policy in place and then imposing it. We need to have involvement and voices from all the different aspects of the community. They're going to need to oversee that. In terms of your question about employers, I spent some time developing the first international employee policy addressing domestic violence for Monsanto Corporation in the mid-90s. They were the first to do it for their 20,000 employees around the world. It was a fascinating process. But that CEO at the time, Bob Shapiro, said, I want to do something about the employees who may be unsafe, who need to share their restraining orders with our security officers, for example, can benefit from some of the legal teams of professional services in assisting with navigating some of the court processes. And I also want to take seriously the fact that we have people employed here who may be perpetrating violence. So what do we need to do to change the culture and be clear, sort of use the public education campaign within the company across cultures internationally to take a stand on domestic violence. And certainly Futures Without Violence and other organizations have invested time and resources in pursuing this and are available to assist. So I think employers can play a really important role.
Well, culturally, you look at the National Football League and other high-profile entities, they're being held accountable, but Ford Motor Company, not so much.
That's right.
And so you're pointing out a big gap of potential source of services for people who are victims, but also education.
I think employee assistance programs, which have often focused on substance abuse, are a potential and have been used for IPV prevention, but could be more widely used. I'd also say that, like employers, schools are where children spend large chunks of time every week, and they're a huge opportunity for both teaching about healthy relationships as well as identifying and intervening to support children and their families.
And social media?
Social media, too. I mean, I think it's a wonderful arena for public education, as well as, I think, leveraging technology and social media for people to be able to reach out for help. The National Domestic Violence Hotline has seen an increase in calls as well as online chat and contacts through, less traditional methods, not just picking up the phone. So I think, we need to look into more of that, and more organizations, I think, are taking advantage of it. But I think it's, the way to reach many more people through social media, and to also take seriously the opportunities and benefits of the technology and social media, and also expect companies to take responsibility for how it's being used to harass and abuse as well. So both of those things are important. It's not all good and it's not all bad, but it is a source of some of the intimate partner violence that's being perpetrated as well. Impersonation, online harassment, and so forth. We see much more of that. The courts are getting stacks and stacks of papers of examples of abuse that's happening through social media.
Well, just a factoid. So Facebook has, in the United States, 200 million users who use Facebook 50 minutes a day. And so screen time is actually now far exceeding television time. And so the opportunity to use a channel that is less understood by people of my age and otherwise, we've designed a whole set of programs around a media world and social engagement, which is not going to be applicable. And the opportunity for partnership seems pretty profound, and I'm not sure anybody in the state or the local government on the domestic violence side is really completely focused on that.
David, if I could just, that's a very key point, but also you have to keep in mind that many victims, their phones are taken, their cell phones, whatever, are monitored. So sometimes you have to go to more non-traditional, like a grocery store, and there'll be something in the bathroom that says you can call here. So as much as that is a good place, it's not the end-all be-all because of the dangers of women looking for help. And if they can't get out immediately, someone will catch them.
Right. I would just add, one of the best safety planning campaigns I ever saw was a safety plan that could be rolled up and put into a lipstick or lip balm case so that it could be hidden and provided in person and shared without, you have to be thinking about the monitoring, as you've pointed out. But we do have some examples of, there's a platform, an app called My Plan that does some safety planning through an app that you can use on your phone. So, there are some efforts underway to reach people without requiring people showing up in person. There's some on-demand assistance for parents who are expected to co-parent but may be experiencing some intimate partner violence or coercive control and need assistance. So we have a few companies that are engaging in that, and I think California could do a lot more to both be clearer about how technology is being used to abuse and harass, and also opportunities to use it more effectively to reach people.
Thank you. Senator Nielsen, you had a question?
My colleague had mentioned something about who's watching over. One of these key areas the Budget Committee has, and that's the armed prohibited persons. And for 4 years, this backlog was up to 30,000. And I remember vividly a hearing about 3 years ago where I was asking the representative, the Attorney General, if we give you, you say you need X amount of dollars. If we give you these X amount of dollars, will you be able to work that down? Oh, yes, by next year. Well, by next year, only meager progress at best had been made, and they came and they asked for more money. That's typical. And then excuses got to be such that we cannot hire enough deputy attorneys general because we cannot compete with the local government, what they can pay. Well, we've had many meetings, and it continues. A lot of excuses, some progress, but keep in mind, 10,000, if it is 10,000, and I think it's more than that, these individuals, that's individuals. Every darn one of them have more than one gun. There may be a few, a handful, but it is a problem. Now, you mentioned the front end is certainly where to deal with this, and as they are exiting their incarceration, that's when we should be following them to their residence and doing the searches for very vigilant for a short time at least after. That's all yet dynamic, but at least the Budget Committee, as long as I'm on it, is paying a lot of attention to this. But you mentioned some kind of an event that you were putting on. Could you tell me a little bit more about that?
Sure, I'd be happy to. So absolutely, your reference to the history and challenges that the Department of Justice has experienced around apps, challenging. So it's up at 23,000 people, which is somewhat of a decrease, but in the time that they've been trying to bring it down, we've also seen a huge increase in gun ownership in California. Not that I'm suggesting that everyone who owns a gun is also a prohibited person, but we have that challenge. And you're absolutely right that out of the people who the apps team has been able to go in and get the firearms where people have been prohibited, are in violation. It is very rare that you see 1 or 2 guns. We are talking about hundreds and hundreds of guns. The caches that these folks have in violation are tremendous. And I would just encourage those who may be listening and not familiar with the APPS legislative report that was provided to the legislature in March of this year that covers some of the activities and issues that they are undertaking and trying to bring that number down. It also includes pictures and examples of some of their efforts. And I would say doing more at the local level. That is making sure, not just when we're talking about incarcerated folks, which is important, people on probation, which Prop 63 addresses, that they need to demonstrate that they, if they are a prohibited person and on probation, have relinquished, surrendered their firearms under law, but also folks coming off the civil domestic violence calendar. So we will do a better job implementing the gun violence restraining order and our domestic violence restraining order prohibitions if we have local teams where when those orders are issued, there's a place that people can contact or law enforcement goes out, serves those orders. Under our statutes currently, they are expected to say, do you have your firearms? Give them to me. If someone refuses to, they are in violation. They can freeze the scene and they can proceed accordingly now that someone has a criminal violation of a civil restraining order. So these convenings we're holding November 7th in Los Angeles and December 5th in San Francisco are designed to bring together teams of law enforcement, city attorneys, researchers, other key players in the system, the courts, to do a better job disarming prohibited persons. So again, we're not talking about whether or not people should be disarmed. Those laws are in place thanks to a lot of the work of people in this room. But we aren't able at the local level to do as effective job as we think we need to do to get that number down. And we can't just rely on apps for lots of reasons. They can handle about 3 cases a day on average, because it does take a tremendous amount of work, and it's dangerous work. You're going and knocking on someone's door who has a gun, at least one, as you note, many, many more generally, and is in violation of a court order, right? So these are very dangerous moments for law enforcement. They're also dangerous for the people who are living with them, who are protected by these orders, who have expected those firearms to be removed. It's dangerous for our communities. So we have to have well-trained people, well-resourced, I think, at the regional or local level to do a better job. So I think we know what needs to happen. We just need to redirect some of our attention to local and regional efforts. So we're hoping those convenings will give us some more examples of how to move forward, and we've brought in some key people from the Department of Justice to help us think that through, as well as these other areas I've talked about, probation, research, UC Davis, and the work that's being done there on violence prevention. Research around gun violence is critical. So there are a lot of people thinking about this and collaborating on it, and we'll see what comes of it.
If you'd be so kind to get the more specifics of those 2 meetings to my office, we're going to follow up on it. In fact, one of the things that we did do in the Budget Committee is direct some of those resources to local government, saying to the Attorney General, no, we're not going to trust you with all of this. We're going to give some of this to local government. Now, that said, I don't want to let that go out to local government and 2 years later find out nothing's happening either. So we're going to need to be watching over where those resources are deployed in local government. But some of the ideas I hear you expressing here would be very helpful.
Okay, I'd be happy to. Thank you.
One of the things that I've experienced over my 4 decades in this field is training is an endless process. There is so much turnover among all the different organizations that are involved in intimate partner violence, from the courts, police, child protection agencies, battered women's shelters, and the like, that we have to continually train because there are new people coming into the system as professionals all the time, and they don't always know what others have been trained on prior to that. So training is an ongoing process and challenge. And that implementation isn't just firearms, it's across the board in terms of laws around intimate partner violence.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator. And I want to thank you both for your testimony. As you can As you can tell, you obviously piqued the interest of the commissioners based on their questions and where we are on the clock. But I wanted to make sure that you both had an opportunity to give full presentations. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you
Thank you
for
very
having
much.
us.
Thank you again.
Now, rather than call the next panel up, we've had a request. Sometimes it makes sense if you have people here for public comment that have other commitments that they have an opportunity to present. So we've got two people who want public comment. I should advise you that public comment is 3 minutes in time. And if we can hear, Aaron Scott is someone who would like to speak on public comment. Please, welcome.
Can I go up here?
Yes, please, take a seat.
Thank you very much for taking me early. I have to get back to Oakland this
No, you-
afternoon. I just wanted to highlight a few things from my perspective. My name is Aaron Scott, and I'm the Executive Director of the Family Violence Law Center in Oakland, California. We serve all of Alameda County. We do not have a shelter. We have lawyers. That's kind of how I think of the difference. I want to speak a little bit to the domestic violence agency business model. We are on the front lines. My office, for example, serves more than 2,000 people a year. We get more than 6,000 calls. We have 11 direct services staff responding to all of that, and 3 managers that are supporting them. And we operate on a reimbursement-based cash flow model, which is not really a flow. It's more of, it comes in fits and starts. All of our staff, you all know what's happening in counties like Alameda County in terms of cost of living. All of our staff have unconscionably low salaries. So the government funding that we get from the federal government, the state, counties, cities, is fairly steady. I mean, occasionally there are gaps, but it's also fairly flat. And again, it's reimbursement based. So it's very difficult to run an organization that way. It's very difficult to even give cost of living increases. It also makes it very difficult for us to innovate. And we have lots and lots of expertise and knowledge. I also want to highlight that agencies like ours, and we're all in similar positions, are an essential part of the safety net of in our communities. So, for example, if someone in the middle of the night flees a dangerous situation, they aren't immediately, in physical harm, so they're not going to go to the hospital. Many, many citizens in our communities are not going to call the police. Even if they do call the police in a city like Oakland, frankly, they may not come very soon. So that's not a very effective solution. They're probably going to call our office, our 24-hour hotline. So they're going to get one of our staff who gets a few $100s in a stipend for being on their shift, who's in her pajamas at home with a cell phone and a rolly bag full of some supplies. That's what they're going to get. They're not going to get $1 million hospital response. They're not going to get $1 million police response. It's not a way to run our societies, to support our citizens. Our staff is fabulous. They have amazing expertise, but this is a piece of our response that's very broken. I would not advise taking the expertise out of the hands of our organization and other organizations because we know so much at this point. Most of us have been around for 4 decades. It's more of a way to integrate that expertise and elevate it. Let us help the rest of the community know how to respond. You've heard the epidemic levels of this violence. I look at it as an equity issue. If we're not looking at things like pay gap, et cetera, then we're not going to solve issues like domestic violence. Those of us working in the field know it. We need the support, financial support, frankly, to be able to do our jobs properly. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next public speaker, Virginia Duplessis, Futures Without Violence.
I'm staying for the whole day if there's someone else that needs to go in the morning.
I only have 2 speaker slips. If you want to speak at the end of the day, you're welcome to do that, or you can do it now.
I can do it.
And you just raised your hand because?
I would like to speak.
Okay, if you could, Crystal, if you could help him with a speaker slip. Thank you. Of course. Thank you.
Okay. Good morning, Chairman Nava and members of the committee. Thank you for allowing me to share my perspective on how state policy, law, regulations, and practices can more effectively prevent and respond to domestic violence. My name's Virginia Duplessis, and I'm a program director at Futures Without Violence on their health team. For over 20 years, we've been funded by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services to improve the healthcare response to domestic violence, both because it's the best site for identifying victims and linking them to services, and also because of the long-term health consequences of violence. They're substantial, and frankly, they're quite expensive. We've worked with states around the country to strengthen their policies, practices, and funding. Here in California, with support from Blue Shield of California Foundation, California Wellness, and other private foundations, we've worked on a range of initiatives. And through this work, we've identified 4 key areas to address. Number 1, the healthcare system has to be at the core of a state's response to domestic violence. Through years of practice and research, we actually know what works to prevent violence and to reduce violence. And one of the few evidence-based interventions is implemented in the healthcare setting. So here in California, since 1995, we've had requirements for clinics to do screenings with patients. But we also know that screening by itself, although it's an important step, it really limits the number of survivors that will be reached, and it also doesn't provide an opportunity for prevention. Evidence points to a more robust intervention that includes a conversation and offering resources on healthy relationships and domestic violence with all patients, so that providers aren't dependent on a disclosure of abuse to ensure that patients receive critical information. When healthcare settings have strong partnerships with their local domestic violence programs, survivors are more likely to seek support. And multiple randomized controlled trials, this approach has been shown to improve health and safety outcomes. Number 2, we must address prevention and response at the same time, and we have to do it through a 2-generation lens. The days of waiting for people to be hurt before we do anything are over. In addition to helping those impacted by violence, we must also take steps to prevent violence by working with children and youth who have witnessed violence or experienced trauma, by engaging with men and boys to be allies and leaders, and by changing social norms that tolerate and encourage violence. To do this critical work, we need to fund programs that serve children and families to integrate domestic violence prevention, recognition, and response, such as home visitation and early childhood programs like Head Start.
Okay, you have 3 points, correct?
Yes.
Did you get to the third? Because you're running out of time.
Oh, sorry.
I apologize, but it's 3 minutes, but go ahead.
Yeah. Number 3, because we know that young people experience the highest rate of intimate partner violence, we must do more to link schools with community and health systems, both to help prevent violence by addressing social norms and to help young people experiencing violence get support before it becomes more severe. We need to promote equity and support culturally specific services. We've made great progress in reducing domestic violence in California, and we should be really proud of that. But that progress hasn't been equal. We must look deeply at the data of who is impacted by violence and use that to guide how we allocate our resources to meet those in greatest need. Thank you.
Thank you, and I would invite you, as well as our prior speaker, if you've got material or information, to stay in touch with staff so that it's incorporated in the work that we're doing.
Thank you.
Thank you. I have another individual for public comment who is unable to be here in the afternoon. It's Mark, and is it Phil Bart? Phil Bart. Thank you very much. And you are with the Alliance for Boys and Men of Color, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
Good morning. Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Mark Philpart, and I'm with PolicyLink, and we support the Alliance for Boys and Men of Color. PolicyLink is a 20-year-old racial justice organization based out of Oakland, California. The Alliance for Boys and Men of Color has been around for about a decade and is an advocacy network advancing policy and systems change on behalf of boys and men of color, their families, and communities. Thank you for hosting this important hearing on this topic. Just a couple of days ago, we published a paper which has just been circulated to all of you, titled Healing Together, Shifting Approaches to End Intimate Partner Violence. And the paper really calls for a paradigm shift around how we approach domestic violence, primarily by looking at alternatives to the criminal legal system and really investing in community-based approaches to addressing violence, rather than a singular kind of approach and model that we use to address the violence in our families and communities. Many of the people within our network and in our communities have been plagued by this issue of intimate partner violence, and the traditional systemic responses that they're afforded have not been able to provide them with the safety that they need or the healing that they desire. And so our call and request and the set of recommendations that we have within our paper are really focused on expanding the set of opportunities we have in community, much in the way many of the other speakers have articulated. But by doing this, we believe that we can get to a point where communities have the responses or have the tools and resources that they need to be able to address this issue. Finally, and I know we have limited time, so I'll close here. The importance of this for many of the communities we represent and serve is that the typical response has done more violence to their families and to their communities. And so by virtue of engaging the criminal legal system, they have found that approach to be more destructive than actually bring them the support that they need. I think this is an important point for us to walk away with, and when we think about the number of people who are harmed and punished by virtue of their experience with violence, it boggles the mind how we can have such a limited approach. And so I'm hoping that through this hearing and the investigation that you all are doing, we'll be able to think through ways that we can address some of these social problems in counties throughout the state. Domestic violence calls for service are some of the #1 calls for service, or top 3. Black and brown women who find themselves incarcerated, 80% of them have suffered domestic violence. And when we think about all these compounding issues, we need more complex solutions. We need solutions that are rooted in community, and we need solutions that don't cause more harm, and that's what our paper calls for. We thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Philpott. Appreciate the work you do, the documentation, and we'll consider that as part of our work. And I understand that you're on schedule for another part of our process later.
I believe so.
Correct.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, we'll call up the next panel of witnesses now. We'll have them both come up. Beth Hassett is the Chief Executive Officer and Executive Director of Weave, which is a service provider and shelter here in Sacramento. And Krista Niemczyk is the Public Policy Manager for the California Partnership to End Domestic Violence, which includes many service providers, represents a broad coalition. So we'll ask Ms. Hassett to speak first, and then Ms. Niemczyk.
Thank you and welcome.
Hi, thank you for having me. I believe my assignment was to give you a taste of what it's like to actually be a funded agency here in California. And Weave was founded in 1978, like many of the agencies around the state, to be a domestic violence agency. Our name stood at the time for Women Escaping a Violent Environment, which is very much what we're all founded on. We became a rape crisis center in 1988 and started working with victims of human trafficking in 2009. I've been with the agency in one capacity or another since '95, so I came on right after the O.J. Simpson business was going on and people were finally paying attention to domestic violence in a new way. We work with people who are in crisis. We work with people who have had a crisis and are now trying to heal. And then we do a lot of work with people who are likely to become victims or perpetrators, so the youth in our community. like every other Cal OES funded agency in the state, we have a list of mandated services that we have to provide, 14 distinct services that are outlined in statute. As a rape crisis center, we also have 8 mandated services from that side of our house as well. You know, they require these services, but they really are not very uniform throughout the state, and I think that's one thing that concerns me and I think should be of concern. We're very robust at this point in time. Our budget's almost $9.5 million because we've really expanded our funding, and our DVAP funding is a tiny little portion of it. Yet it requires us to provide this whole array of what's supposed to be very robust crisis intervention services. I use the recession as an example of worst case scenario within agencies where we just had to pare everything back to what we absolutely were being required to do, not necessarily what was best for victims in our community, because you can actually get away with using referrals as a lot of providing those services, and frankly a lot of agencies I think do that. Like legal services are a very needed service, but very few agencies have a legal team like we do. Shelter, we have more than 100 beds. A lot of agencies only have 6 beds. And so there's really a lack of uniformity, I think, throughout the state of what providing those services means. Counseling is another one. The only requirement is that we use a peer counselor, which is somebody who went through a 40-hour training. And I would argue that that's very different than therapeutic counseling. You know, and since we're not gathering data about the efficacy of anything, who knows if it's working? And I think that's one of my other big concerns is we gather a lot of data and we count a lot of widgets for our government funding, and none of it is telling us whether it's doing any good for our clients. And where I notice a big difference is the questions that are being asked of me by corporate, individual, and foundation donors about what's going on with our clients and our programs versus what our government funders care about. And they're completely different questions. And
you can be sure, Commissioner, you're going to hear from Commissioner Byer.
And so, you know, we choose to track some outcomes, but it's not a requirement, so it's something we do over and above. All of the required mandated services, which I don't think we should get rid of all of them, but I think we should really look at them and see, is there uniformity? Is everybody delivering them in the same way? If we believe they're all critical, then I think every community should have the same services available. But they're all very focused on victims. I know we're going to hear a lot about a 2 generations approach here, and what are we doing for the children who are witnessing this violence, experiencing the violence, building up those ACEs scores and having all those adverse childhood experiences, yet none of the funding really requires that we do much for children. It's very focused on the victims, and we have a large shelter program, and our average victim is 38 and has 1.9 children with her. So we're certainly serving more children than we are adults. My other concern with all of our services is that it's a white lady construct. They're really services that were created by white people back in the 70s to serve white people, and I think that we serve that population very well. But when I look at our data, and here in Sacramento, as you know, we're a very diverse community, the data shows me that people of color, especially African Americans, are not accessing anything that looks like a preventative service or something that could mitigate the violence before it gets really heightened. So we see that the Black community is very overrepresented in our emergency shelter program, for instance, and in anything that's mandated by CPS to keep your kids or get your kids back. And they are not availing themselves of counseling services or anything that could be preventative. And we, in fact, sought and received some foundation funding to look specifically at 2 neighborhoods in Sacramento and what we're doing wrong, what doesn't resonate with that population that has so many barriers to accessing services, is very reluctant to engage in the criminal legal system, and where we're seeing a lot of fatalities. And so, you know, we're exploring that. not with government money, because we're just so limited in what we can do with the funding we get from the state. We also, look at the LGBT community and the fact that they don't feel very welcome at a lot of our mainstream white lady construct binary agencies. And so you find what you look for and you find what you invite in. And I think that we have a long way to go in helping a very victimized population that is not getting the services that they need. Getting to just some of our challenges and efficiencies that I see. The mechanics of being a state-funded agency are very cumbersome. I went into detail in my testimony about the challenges of reporting data, which you can read at your leisure, but there isn't really any correlation between the data that we gather, the people that we serve, the amount of money that we get. I know it came up earlier. Everybody gets the same amount of money at every single DV agency that's funded by the Cal OES DVAP program. It's a flat amount, whether you serve 25 people or you serve 18,000 people. It feels very random how it's distributed through communities to me. LA has a lot of people. They also have a lot of funded agencies. Then there are tri-county areas that only have one funded agency. Iowa melted down their entire domestic violence statewide system and created 4 regions and completely changed how they deliver services. I don't know that we could do that in California, but I think we might want to look at what if we melted it down, would we build the same thing that we have right now? It takes forever to get reimbursed by Cal OES, which is completely different than our OVW funding. We get that money in 3 days. We submit an electronic thing, and 3 days later the money's in our account. I know of many agencies that can't float that much money. They don't go after some of these specialized grants because they can't float the money. They can't be 90 days out from when they incurred the expenses. So there are communities throughout this state that just aren't getting the funding and providing services that they could because of the inefficiency of getting their money back. Also, we've got to do functional timesheets and monitoring visits, and I know that we have to do all that, and that's a requirement, but it feels very disorganized sometimes at Cal OES. We've had the same 2 monitors come for programs on the same day and ask for completely different things. One wants to see 57 timesheets from 3 people. One wants us to pull all the timesheets for anybody who ever touched the grant. And there just doesn't seem to be a lot of consistency in that entity. Not to mention that every time there's a catastrophic event, our program specialist goes up to a broken dam or something to do paperwork. So I do not understand why those 2 functions happen with the same staff people. So just something that bothers me and that I wish that we'd look at are we have a very non-lean system. We've got so many crisis lines being answered, so many people sitting around waiting for phones to ring. Phones ringing in and of themselves, I think, is very old and not going forward going to be the best thing for victims. Young people don't want to call a support line. They want to do online chat, or they want to reach us in some other way. We've seen the number of hits to our website for information spike over the years because that's how people are getting their information. They're not calling support lines like they used to. And why do we need 106 crisis lines throughout the state? The peer counseling training that's required to work in an agency and have confidential privilege is a very cumbersome thing to put on and is a barrier for getting people to work. We only have the resources to offer it twice a year. Other counties are offering it, and we send our staff over there. Why don't we have some coordinated statewide effort to better collaborate between agencies to put on this very time-consuming training that, frankly, some of which could be done online or through some other adult learning mode. I don't know why we all are putting on the same training. I definitely think there are efficiencies to be had either regionally or within counties or somehow where we don't all have the same infrastructure and so many people doing the exact same things that could be more collaborative. We're very siloed from the homelessness and mental health community, which I think I think does us all a disservice. Our clients have super high ACE scores. They've all been traumatized. They've witnessed trauma, yet we're not seen as part of the mental health solution. We're very separate from the homelessness solution. Some agencies get HUD money, but then there are challenges with sharing of information and data and confidentiality in that. In very many communities, we're looked at as just another solution for homeless people, whereas if you talk to the homeless, so many people are homeless because of domestic violence, and I just think there's a big disconnect around that. You know, how can we look at things more holistically? And finally, just that data collection. I don't know what they do with the data, frankly, and we're just counting bodies through our programs, and there is the capacity, and I know Matt Huckabee's going to talk later, and he's the data guru, but we're part of a collaborative with him and six agencies where we've been gathering aggregate data and looking at moving people from a state of crisis to a state of being above that protective line and thriving. And we're doing that all on our own because we're interested in those outcomes. What if every agency in this state were doing the same thing and using that same database? How powerful would that be in telling our story to potential funders outside of the government, and also coming up with some collective solutions throughout this state? So.
Yeah, good. Let me just. Sure.
I just want to focus on one thing you said. You talked about victims, and then you carved out and said that children weren't covered. Is that a legislative fix to change the definition of victim?
Possibly, yeah. I mean, they're considered secondary victims if they haven't experienced the violence themselves. But I'll tell you, there's not enough money to provide very robust services for them. So I think that's part of the problem, too, is we're spending every penny. Like, our shelter program itself costs $1.2 million. Even if we put all of our DVAP money just into our shelter program, it wouldn't cover just sheltering people, let alone providing the kind of wraparound services, especially children need while they're in shelter. And mind you, we have a captive audience. You know, we've got these mothers and children for this period of time where services are all voluntary, but still we can encourage them to get a lot of help and build up those protective factors around parenting their children in this, 60 days that we have them. And it's a lost opportunity if we don't have enough money to throw at them to really provide services that could change their lives when they get out, and not just put a Band-Aid on things.
Commissioner Byer?
So the wrong people are asking the wrong questions and not doing anything with the information.
Yes.
Okay. So we've looked at a bunch of different programs over the last, under Pedro's leadership, the last 5-6 years now. Is it 6 years? 5 years, and there's a theme, and it's attention, which is the strong desire by the public and elected officials, and then people in the executive branch, to avoid fraud and abuse. And so there's a desire to count things. You call them widgets. That's fair. But the absence of counting things runs a risk that somebody's going to do something. And I'm old enough to remember the poverty programs of the 60s and 70s. And so it's a fair concern. Is there a forum for an advisory committee to the entities, the multiple entities that you're talking about, where you're all getting together and their silos are talking to each other, and the people who are implementing the siloed mandates are making suggestions about how hard it is and offering solutions about how to get things to work better? And the reason I raise that is under Pedro's leadership, we spent a lot of time on dental programs. And what we discovered is that if there isn't alignment between the people who are offering the services to human beings and the bureaucracies who's paying for them, you collect a lot of things to prevent abuse, but you collect almost no data about what works, and none of it expands the degree or the quality of the services or improves the outcomes. And so it seems like there's a big disconnect between the mandates that you have and any knowledge of the outcomes you're securing. And only because you have the access to the foundation and individual grants do you have a clue that it's all worth it. Is that sort of right?
Absolutely. And I've got to say, I love to look at data and I like counting things. But just as an example of something we noticed, and this was just me noticing, anybody who stayed in our shelter program for at least 21 days was significantly less likely to, in desperation, return to the abuser. And we started looking at that, and we're like, okay, so you keep somebody for 3 weeks, you give them a place that's pleasant enough to stay and offer them services, they're much more likely to have hope and think of a future that isn't just, this place is worse than where I was, I'm going back. And I think since we built a nicer, bigger, more pleasant shelter, our length of stay went from 10 days, which it was for decades, 10 days. I mean, that's like, you got out and now, you got your head back together and you're leaving, to now it's regularly more than 58 days. Now, the bad news is that nobody has anywhere to go because there's no housing. But what we know is people are much more likely to get their act together and at least make an informed choice about what their next steps are and leave with some tools. So that was not me doing great data research. It was really just noticing what's going on in my program. And I think that there could be great value in bringing people together who have an appetite for that, to really look at, I'm still counting widgets, I'm counting numbers of days and bed nights and people through the program, but we're putting it in a context that's actually useful and could drive what we do programmatically and inform how we serve clients, if that makes any sense at all.
Commissioner Varner and then Commissioner Schomburger.
In your testimony, you talked about their state-mandated requirements that are underfunded, and then you stated that the domestic violence agencies in the state all receive the same amount of money. I think it's from the Cal OES Domestic Violence Assistance Program.
Correct.
So, what is what's the pot of money within Cal OES?
It goes up and down every year, but we get about $500,000 each.
And how many agencies?
104?
102.
102.
So,
it's around 50 million.
Right.
yeah, if I can just chime in, it's $54 million in there currently. $20.6 million comes from the state general fund. There's a small dollar amount of about $200,000 in a voluntary tax contribution from the state of California, and the rest is federal dollars from the Victims of Crime Act, Violence Against Women Act, and the Family Violence Prevention and Services Act.
And then those mandates, are they within the grant of what to use the funds for?
They're in statute, state statute. And I want to mention the match because I think this is really important. As I understand it, our state has decided to not ask for a 100% match waiver, correct?
So for the Victims of Crime Act,
Yes.
there's a 20% match waiver, or 20% match requirement from the feds for Victims of Crime Act funds. Cal OES is allowing 85% waivers for that match, so still requiring programs to meet a portion of that. I should also note, since we're talking about match, that the state statute currently requires a 10% match as well. So programs that are funded through DVAP have to meet a state match and a federal match.
And the challenge with the match is that you can use volunteers' time as part of your match, but remember, the volunteers have to go through, for us, a 65-hour training. So just getting volunteers to go through that training and work for us is a huge challenge. You can use cash if you've got cash that isn't government money. And again, a lot of agencies aren't going after some of these other grants because they can't meet the match requirement. They just don't have it. I mean, we're lucky. Like if Kaiser gives us $40,000 for our shelter, we can use that as match. If for a grant that requires shelter, but we have this enormous grid that we keep track of all the match, and it's like, wait a minute, we got all these things donated. We can count those as a match on this grant. I mean, it's like this cumbersome match thing. I just wish California would max out on what we ask the feds to not require us to match. I get that we have to do something, but I don't know why we don't max out the match waiver.
Commissioner Schomburger.
Yeah, you mentioned before that you don't know what's happening with the data. Can you talk a little bit more about that and who's collecting it? Where's it going?
I mean, it goes to Cal OES on these elaborate forms, and we really don't get anything back. They don't share any big data. We don't really know what's going on statewide. There's no, it's all going out and none of it's coming back. Yeah.
So, explain to me why you are under the jurisdiction of Cal OES. I presume it's pursuant to some statute.
You know, the history, back in the 90s, it was OCJP.
Yeah, okay.
Then it became Cal OES.
Yeah.
Then it became Cal EMA for a while.
Emergency Medical?
Emergency Management Association.
Okay.
And then they decided they weren't an A and they needed to be an O, so we went back to being Cal OES.
Okay. Has anybody ever discussed that it should be maybe at the Health and Human Services Agency?
I think that makes a lot of sense.
Considering if you really wanted to get out of the silos, right?
Right.
Okay, it would seem to me that you'd want to be in an agency that has the health department and the social services department and the probation department and blah, blah. You'd go on and on and on. Right, there might be. I mean, and that's certainly, I think, where the new governor is going in regards to integration, right? And that's where Dr. Harris is, for example, who's, you know, the expert on trauma, that kind of thing. And so it just seems to me that we need to look at where it would be better placed, and kind of following up on our first panel, right, where the collaboration, right, it needs to, OES has a lot of collaboration given the fact that we are in the middle of, you know, not hurricanes, we're in the middle of fires and earthquakes and mud and all of those kinds of things. And at that point, they have responsibilities and relationships with the departments at the Health and Human Services Agency. But it's always in the context of an emergency. It's not in the context of an ongoing programmatic, need, that kind of thing.
Well, and right now there's discussion, and as far as I can tell, it's imminent, that they're going to merge with Cal VCB.
What's that?
Which is the
the California Victims Compensation Board, and so they provide direct compensation
to victims, so victims can apply and then get reimbursed. So, I mean, those are two completely different animals. So
Absolutely.
So I can't imagine what that's going to look like.
Is there an association of domestic violence programs? You guys have a statewide association that you all join?
We do. So the California Partnership to End Domestic Violence, and then
That's a perfect segue to the California Partnership to End Domestic Violence. Beautifully done. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Commissioner Erner, for that introduction. Thank you all for having us today. My name is Krista Niemczyk. I'm with the California Partnership to End Domestic Violence. We are the statewide domestic violence coalition, which means that our members are domestic violence programs like WEAVE, like many of those you'll hear from today, about 200 organizations and allies all across the state of California that we have the tremendous role of representing here at the state capitol in Washington, D.C., and then through a range of training and technical assistance that we provide to the field, as well as communications work that we do to continue to shift the public narrative around domestic violence, and then prevention work to try to reduce domestic violence incidents before they ever happen. So I feel like there's so much I want to tell you, and that many of those who've already spoken have set up for beautifully. As I start, you've heard already the overview of the complexity of domestic violence, and as our first presenter began with the tree of life and continued to click through the many systems that come into play, I think quite honestly that list grows even longer when we look at the true complexity of survivors. And Commissioner Sidley, I know you spoke to the fact that if we address poverty, homelessness, and a range of other social issues kind of at their core for so many people, especially so many women in California, domestic violence is a central part of that. And so when we think about solutions to address domestic violence, we aren't just addressing one issue, we're addressing so many of the issues that plague our state, plague our nation. And the programs across the state do incredible and tremendous work every day. One example that I just wanted to share of some of the complexities that programs deal with and to sort of bring some survivor experience in comes from one of the programs, Casa de Esperanza in Yuba City, who worked with a survivor. She was brought from China to the United States as a bride. She had No ability to say no to requests from her husband. There was physical, sexual, emotional, and financial abuse. She was prevented from learning a new job skill, seeking employment, making friends, meeting people in her community. She was not allowed her own money. All of these are common dynamics that we see within domestic violence situations. After almost 5 years, she left the marriage. She went to CASA for support and assistance. They helped her file a domestic violence restraining order, but for the divorce process, that was outside of their legal means to provide. It's a legal service that they just don't have capacity for. Her husband had the ability to hire an attorney, and it became a protracted legal fight. The survivor was not able to secure an attorney, had to represent herself in court. But she did a ton of online work and reached out for all the resources she could find, got some minimal help from a pro bono attorney at one point along the way. And despite threats to have her visa revoked and that she would be deported for speaking out against her husband, she was able to prevail in court. She received a lump sum settlement as well as ongoing monthly support. She was able to use that initial amount of money to move to a new area where she felt safer. She's made friends. She's gotten to know people in her community, something that for 5 years she was never able to do. She's found a job, she has a place of her own, and she's thriving today. And I say that because I think that case alone points out some of the complexities that programs deal with every single day. And it's a success story. This woman's life is demonstrably better than it had been for those years. But one thing that I think is important when we talk about successes is that this success comes after a tremendous amount of trauma. And all of the support and counseling and legal services can never undo that trauma. And so when we think about the needs of survivors, I think it's really essential that we talk about how we can best support the programs that are serving those survivors in those moments of trauma and helping them through their path to healing and stability. But also that we bring into this conversation a real focus on prevention, because we know that there are strategies that can help prevent violence before it happens. And that needs to be as much a part of how we think about how we as a state respond to domestic violence as it is to how we respond to those in crisis. So in terms of responding to folks in crisis and to victim services, I know we've just spent a little bit of time talking about grant administration, so I wanted to further that conversation. Just a couple of points I will make. The numbers and the data and the widgets counted that Cal OES collects. That data is compiled every year into a report to the Joint Legislative Budget Committee. So those are available through Cal OES and do provide a snapshot of the aggregate numbers of services provided throughout the state. So they do provide a sense of a picture, but again, I do think it's really important to note that the data we collect is around kind of outputs and not necessarily outcomes. It's important, of course, for us to know how many survivors and their children are receiving emergency shelter and for how many bed nights. But that data doesn't necessarily tell us what happened after they left the shelter. Did they fall into homelessness because there was nowhere to go? Were they able to secure stable housing? And tracking outcomes is much harder, and I know that Matt Huckabee will speak more to this and the challenges, but I think that is always a balance. You've heard already about timeliness of payments. I think it's really important to note that the process that nonprofit organizations have to go through to receive a grant and then to receive the funds that they have been awarded takes a significant amount of staff time, which I would argue is not how we all want our agencies to be spending their time, right? I think we all have an interest, of course, in strong administrative capacity and being good stewards of funds, but we also want to make sure that staff are able to focus on providing the best programming and not necessarily the best grant reporting. So it's just a little bit of an example to build on what you've heard from Beth and from Aaron. Grantees need to submit a reimbursement form that includes wet signatures, so original signatures from their program manager and their financial officer, which means that if you have staff traveling, taking well-earned vacation, coming up to Sacramento for a day to speak, you can't get their signatures. You need to physically mail that paperwork in to the Office of Emergency Services. They need to review it, run it through their processes, goes into fiscal, and 45 days later, a check can be mailed back to a program, which then has to be deposited. By contrast, our grants through the Office on Violence Against Women, we go online, fill out some stuff online, hit submit, and 72 hours later, by direct bank transfer, those dollars are in our bank account. And that's true for any program who's funded. So I think that's an issue far bigger than the Office of Emergency Services, right? I don't think all of the accounting requirements for the state of California are necessarily their purview, but I will say it is a consistent pain point. And while we've spoken, primarily you've heard about the Domestic Violence Assistance Program, which funds 102 shelter-based programs across California to provide those 14 mandated services. Cal OES also administers a whole range of other grant programs that are by and large funded through federal dollars, but that provide a backbone of support, and those include Housing First, flexible financial assistance, legal advocacy support, transitional housing, unserved, underserved community grants, and a range of others. We have some programs that have, 5, 10 grants through the state government and 13 at Weave. And when you are waiting on reimbursement for 13 grants, even if you have a robust budget, those dollars hurt.
2 weeks ago, they owed us $1 million. We were $1 million and 110 days out on some of those invoices.
You add in a natural disaster here in our state and a deployment of Cal OES staff to support the emergency response. You add in a federal government shutdown when the bulk of the funds OES administers are federal dollars, and programs are left waiting. And I will say the organizations we work with do an amazing job of doing more with less and making it work and figuring it out. But there comes a certain point where that math just doesn't work. So many programs are, unable to apply for these grants because the burdens are simply too high. And those programs that choose not to apply are often those working with our most marginalized communities. If you are a small program serving a particular cultural community that doesn't have a lot of other resources, doesn't have the ability to float several months of reimbursements, you're not going to apply. You're not going to be able to do the accounting to keep up with this.
I suspect that if Commissioner Varner were to weigh in, he would be asking questions about the disparity of rural community services compared to urban.
Yes, and thank you, because I do think that's a really important piece that we work hard to balance. Chairman Nava, you're doing an excellent job of channeling the other commissioners' questions. But the numbers look different in our communities, right? In our rural communities, we have one program that is the sole domestic violence program for a geographic area the size of Connecticut. And that's their geographic service area. Now, the population within that county is smaller, certainly, than you'll see in other counties, but the challenges of providing the services are much different, right? Survivors need to be able to drive large geographic distances. In many of our areas that are classified as frontier communities, we're talking about hard geographic areas and distances. And what we hear often from our rural communities is that kind of fundamental, everyone gets the same amount domestic violence grant is one of the very few that they're able to receive. They feel often that when they apply for more competitive grants, because their numbers are lower, there's a sense that the work they're doing isn't as impactful. And I think what we hold as that tension is that in those rural communities, they're often the only ones. They're not only the only domestic violence program, but they're often the only social services program. And so if they aren't able to meet the needs of their community, there's no one else for them to fall back on. There's no one else for survivors to reach out to. So I think what's hard is we can look at numbers served, and that is an important indicator. But again, when we talk about numbers not telling the whole story, what's missing often is those challenges and barriers. And I think for us in the state, it's been important to try to hold that both and. Back in 2011 to 2012, which was shortly after then Governor Schwarzenegger had line item vetoed domestic violence funding in one of our tough budget years. Those dollars had been restored. The partnership was contracted with Cal EMA at the time, now Cal OES, to convene a statewide gathering of folks from across the state to talk about what an appropriate formula looked like. At the time, not all domestic violence programs were funded at the same amount. They were funded at 3 different levels. And the group met, looked at a whole range of formula options, looked at different ways of thinking it through, and ultimately decided at the time that California's complexity and diversity meant that there wasn't a good formula option that appropriately encompassed the complexity of serving all of our communities, and that they would rather work towards an opportunity to see all programs funded at the same and higher level to provide a base of support, knowing that in more urban and well-resourced areas that there were opportunities for programs to perhaps seek other funding to help support their programming. And then in the last 5 years, we've finally been able to implement that recommendation that came from the group in 2012 as federal funding has increased, and we've been able to raise all programs up to one consistent level.
I think Commissioner Varner has a question.
Yeah.
Well, it kind of dovetails off of that. Do you have a recommendation on, well, one, a pre-qualification process for grant funding that would minimize constant reporting? And then 2, do you have a recommendation on how to better allocate those resources instead of across the board the same amount of funding when it sounds like there's a disparity in services across these agencies?
Those are good questions. I don't know that I have necessarily a recommendation around pre-qualification. The reimbursement model is one that is deeply ingrained, but I do think it is worth looking at how we can begin to shift to allow grantees to access funds prior to having to spend them. And the grant application itself includes a tremendous amount of pre-qualifying information. It includes audited financial reports, a long history of clear budgets and financial oversight. So programs that are able to receive these grants already have that documented history that they are good stewards of money. Many of them have been grant recipients for decades now, and so I think that there's probably some space to look at how to do that. In terms of a recommendation around a different formula, we don't have that at the moment. We have not heard that as a strong push from the field in terms of reallocating current resources. What we hear consistently is that the current resources aren't enough in any of their communities, and that taking what is already scarce dollars and reallocating them only cuts from one community to serve another. And, as the statewide organization, our goal is to see all of our communities well-resourced, and simply reallocating existing dollars just doesn't get us there.
Any other questions? Did I interrupt? You were still presenting, is that correct?
I could talk for hours, but I can briefly cover just a few other items, if I may, and I'm happy to take questions as I go. You've also heard folks already touch on needs around homelessness. And as the state looks at our homelessness crisis, domestic violence is often missing. And yet we know that domestic violence is the #1 reason that women end up homeless. It's the #1 reason behind family homelessness. And while we commend the recent investments in our homelessness response here in the state of California, what we hear consistently from our membership of domestic violence service providers is that if those dollars are not directly and explicitly allocated to domestic violence, they simply don't go to those programs. As $650 million in one-time money in this new budget is going to continuums of care, what I heard on call after call with our members was, that's great, we'll never see it. The survivors we serve will never see it. We'll never feel it. And I think that there's a real importance both of continuing to work with the continuum of care process to ensure that they understand and are including domestic violence within their continuums. And a lot of that work is happening at the local levels and is hard work of many years. But there's also a role for the state in recognizing that we know the data on the links between domestic violence and homelessness, and the state can set priorities of dedicating specific portions of homelessness funding to domestic violence responses that include shelter, but also go beyond that to include rapid rehousing models like the domestic violence housing first, transitional housing, and the whole role of housing advocacy that programs are doing.
So as you know, the governor has, through an executive order, has called together for a master plan on homelessness, right? And Mr. Steinberg and Mr. Mark Ridley Thomas are co-chairing it. And I haven't looked at the appointments there at all. And I presume that one, I think he's made the appointments to that one. Are there domestic violence providers that are included in that group?
No, there's no one that is explicit from the list that I've seen, explicitly domestic violence providers. I will say there are folks on that list that we certainly work closely with in housing and homelessness advocacy, like the Western Center on Law and Poverty.
Right.
But I don't believe that there's a specific domestic violence voice on that.
Okay. It might be something short-term we might want to suggest to the governor, because it just seems to me that if this is the major reason why women and families end up on the street, that there should be some recognition of it in that conversation that's going to take place.
And there's huge appetite, I know, in our community in Sacramento from the homeless providers for us to be providing supportive services, and we don't have any money for that. And so, I mean, I think, separate from actually housing people, having funds that we could provide counseling and case management and such would make a big difference.
Any other questions or comments?
Can you just fix one thing for me? On the budget pages for all Cal OES, there's the operating budget, there's equipment, and where you put the human beings, it's called personal, not personnel. Honestly, how silly do we look as a state? Can we fix this?
Okay, so noted. So any other questions, comments from commissioners? Did you have an opportunity to conclude your presentation?
Yeah, I think
Okay.
Just in closing, what I would say is you've heard already that survivors come with a range of needs and that one size response does not fit all. And that's true for where our state funding goes, right? That when we fund just one service model that requires a particular set of services, we're missing other types of responses. And then, of course, we just encourage the state to continue a conversation around prevention. Over the last 2 state budgets, there have been one-time investments in domestic and sexual violence prevention of $5 million and $10 million respectively over 2 years. But as one-time dollars and at such low dollar amounts, we will never get ahead of this crisis. And for us to really, truly end domestic violence and support survivors, we need to stop violence before it can occur. So thank you all for this. We're here as a resource throughout the entire
Yeah, go ahead. Oh, yes, Commissioner Emerson.
I have a question about the 102 agencies. Obviously, in some counties, there's more than one agency. How do the agencies work together when they're within the same geographical area? Or is that a requirement for them to do?
I think it's pretty hit or miss. In some counties, they've actually divvied it up so that, this is my area and that's your area. In others, there's a lot of overlap. And I mean, like in Sacramento, there are 3 agencies, we even then 2 smaller agencies, and we all have crisis lines, and we're all offering the same services, and it's not very coordinated, I would argue.
Yeah, in many counties, there are like a domestic violence coordinating committee that brings together all the service providers and often others in the community as well. And that's where a lot of that coordination happens. I know especially in Los Angeles, all of the service providers in that large community get together and have conversations, try to address where are gaps, who can fill them, and how to work in more coordination. But that's a thing that looks frankly different in each community and depends on the county or the region.
So that would be a legislative fix, I presume, to adjust how we do that.
It could be. I would hesitate to put more mandates on programs. And I will say, I guess I should also mention what we do. So as the partnership, we envision the state in 7 different regions when we think about our membership. And then within each region, we convene monthly meetings of the domestic violence programs to give them a space to communicate with each other and do problem solving. So for example, up in the far north of the state, they're actually doing a day-and-a-half meeting today and tomorrow to come together. So we try to provide some of those supports as well. It's a little less formal, certainly, than a government-required piece, but that's another opportunity for them to work together on a more regional scale.
I mean, I think the statute fix could be something like, we're only going to have 10 crisis lines because we don't need everybody to have people sitting around waiting for phones to ring, and we'll provide some funding for whichever entity manages that crisis line and comes up with a coordinated system. I mean, that's the type of thing I think that could legislatively change, and yeah.
So I don't know what all the state mandated services are, but it sounds like what you're saying is that not every agency needs to provide all the mandates that could be divided up between agencies.
So right now, under statute, all agencies that are funded through that one particular funding source, which is the only part of the response that the state general fund dollars go to, they do need to provide all 14 mandated services or have operational agreements in place. So for example, if they don't have a legal team but contract out with their legal services organization in their community. We know that not every domestic violence program has a shelter, needs a shelter, feels like that's the most appropriate response, or frankly, in the state of California right now, could afford to think about purchasing a building and opening a shelter. And so right now, that's a big gap. There's probably 30 plus organizations that are serving survivors as their primary mission that aren't funded in these state dollars, which happen to come as stable, ongoing funding in a way that competitive grant cycles are not. So there's a lot we've been engaging in conversation with the field about of how to keep that stability, because all 14 of those services, I think many identify as essential, but also build in stable funding for programs that operate in different models that reach our culturally specific communities, that are buy-in for those communities, that fill those gaps without destabilizing what is currently our safety net of response.
The only other consequence of removing some of them is that we all get, a lot of us get money from the marriage license tax. So a portion of the marriage license tax goes to fund, it's through the Welfare and Institution Code, goes to fund agencies that provide, I think it's 8 services, one of which is shelter, a crisis line, and all that. So if we were to change at the state level what those requirements are, it could make some agencies then ineligible for... Yeah, yes, I want you to be aware there are 2 different things that provide a lot of the same ongoing stabilizing funding that one could change people's eligibility for the other.
Right.
So
you're describing Jenga funding.
yes, it's Jenga funding.
And just to add in, the third component of that that gets combined with marriage license fees at the county level is fees on individuals who have been convicted of domestic violence, which is a big topic of conversation, of course, here in the legislature. But again, this is where we see huge regional differences. Those are fees collected and dispersed at the county level. So Tehama County's number of domestic violence convictions and frankly number of marriage licenses looks far different than we're going to see in Los Angeles County or Sacramento County. And so huge differences all across the state in what those two streams of funding are able to provide to support programming.
Well, thank you. Thank you both very much. I think it's been helpful in trying to get our arms around funding sources and how they coordinate with each other, and how if you make a change to one, you need to be conscious of the consequences to another, and also the disparity between rural versus urban and how you address that. So thank you again.
Thank you.
So let's we're not going to adjourn. We're going to interrupt this part of our meeting. We will reconvene. We're going to take the lunch break and hold a business meeting in room 125 of the Capitol. We will be back here at 1 p.m. in the afternoon. Thank you.
Yeah, I just
right now, and I will be right back. I will be right back.
I really appreciate it. All the questions the commission
I've never paid so much. You know, the one thing I've never.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for coming back to be with us in the afternoon. So let's reconvene our Little Hoover Commission public hearing on California's response to intimate partner violence. And this is, well, let's just, our witness is Lucia Corral Peña, Senior Program Officer, Blue Shield, California. Welcome. I should have said Blue Shield Foundation of California.
Actually, you had it right.
I did?
Blue Shield of California Foundation.
There you go. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. So good afternoon, Chair and Commission members. In particular, I just want to thank you, Pedro, as the Chairman Nava, because I'm from Santa Barbara, born and raised. As the chair said, my name is Lucia Corral Peña, and I'm Senior Program Officer at Blue Shield of California Foundation. I'm really pleased to be here today to share with you not only the work of our foundation, but also our experience with the domestic violence field and some of the data and public and private partnerships that we've been engaged in. For almost 2 decades, Blue Shield of California Foundation has worked with partners and grantees throughout the state to help families experiencing domestic violence by supporting safety net services and innovation to meet the needs of survivors. Blue Shield of California Foundation is the largest domestic violence funder in the state of domestic violence services funder in the state of California, private funder. We are excited that this summer we surpassed $100 million in domestic violence services funding for prevention as well as research and innovation since our founding in 2002. And we're really grateful for our funder, Blue Shield of California Health Plan, for making that kind of commitment to the field. We've been proud partners to the majority of domestic violence organizations in the state of California, many of them in this room and some of whom you've spoken to today, who've testified today. As you've heard from other speakers today, domestic violence is a complex issue with profound impacts. In a survey that Blue Shield of California commissioned in 2017, we found that 58% of Californians have either been touched by domestic violence as a survivor, as an abuser, or through the experience of a close friend or family member. That's over half of this population, and that was a survey of 1,000 Californians. Domestic violence is frequently understood and treated as an interpersonal issue between two people, but at the foundation, we are increasingly taking the lens that it also impacts families as well as communities. In 2018, we launched a new strategic direction which deepened our commitment to domestic violence by applying a prevention and multi-generational mindset. So in our commitment to domestic violence, we're focusing our efforts now on the root causes and trying to understand what those are. And this shift really has allowed us to look at factors that influence the health and well-being of Californians through the domestic violence experience, its prevention, and then we want to develop new approaches and collaborations. Invest in new promising approaches to achieve our bold goal of California being the healthiest state and ending domestic violence. And that we believe that by understanding the root causes of domestic violence and family violence, and by using the understanding that that domestic violence is a critical health issue, we can inform new interventions and solutions to break the cycle. The data supports our belief that healthy families and healthy communities require freedom from domestic violence and gender-based violence. The health impact on survivors of domestic violence is well established. I know that you've heard a bit today about that. I'm going to just go through a little bit of some of the statistics that we have found. We have shared data with Commission staff by John Snow, Inc. that summarized how domestic violence significantly impacts our population and not just limited to physical injuries. JSI found that it contributes to long-term conditions like chronic pain, headaches, fatigue, gastrointestinal problems, asthma, diabetes, and overall poor health. The mental health implications are also profound, like PTSD, self-harm, depression, and substance misuse. The impact on the healthcare system is also significant. The medical cost burden from domestic violence in the first year after victimization is as high as $7 billion. Healthcare utilization and costs are over 20% higher for abused women and stay higher for up to 5 years after victimization. JSI also documented the impacts that extend beyond health. They reduce the quality of life and lifetime potential of survivors and show that domestic violence is 3 times more likely among financially stressed couples. 1/3 of survivors return to violent relationships when they can't find affordable housing. We know, if we know that domestic violence is a root cause of some of the conditions you've heard today about homelessness, mental health, what we wanted to understand is what are the root causes then of domestic violence. We as a foundation use data to inform our decisions around grant making and our policy priorities. We use national and state data sets as much as possible, and we use our own publicly available reports and that of our community partners. Data has been key to informing the shift of our foundation strategy toward prevention. We shared with the Commission staff the life course analysis for preventing domestic violence. We released this report in February, and it's a great example of how the data can be transformative. The research team at Forward Change looked at the Center for Disease Control's a national survey called the National Intimate Partner and Sexual Violence Survey data, and also synthesized a large body of research on the individual and ecological risk factors for perpetrating domestic violence that occur across the lifespan, from in utero to young adulthood. From studies, it reinforces some of what is known in the public health research, and also studies from the Adverse Childhood Experiences Survey. And this inquiry helped us to better understand how the intergenerational cycle of violence works, and it's created out of multiple events and conditions as a person develops. We believe that through what the life course analysis tells us, it helps us to begin to understand the circumstances at different points in a person's life when we can intervene to effectively break the cycle of domestic violence. As a few of the examples in that report that I want to lift up, one is it really reinforces the role of exposure to 2 in particular risk factors. One is child witness of domestic violence, that on its own, they don't have to be injured. They don't have to be abused. Of course, the second risk factor is also child abuse. But those are predictors that the life course analysis just shares that those are 2 important predictors for future domestic violence experience as adults. Second, it also lifts up the role that children below the ages of 5 are disproportionately impacted by exposure to trauma. And what's really the hopeful message is also that is actually the point in life stage when you can actually be most effective as well. So while it's the bad news is that's when they're most impacted. The good news is that's a great point in the life stage to actually make a difference in the life of a family. It also elevates that individual risk factors, like the 2 I just mentioned, are nested within structural factors such as harmful gender norms, poverty, housing insecurity, discrimination that contribute to domestic violence. The paper you asked about data, and I think one of the important findings we have, and that's been a theme throughout the other testimony here, is that there is high need for more timely and robust data. The analysis here is both quite strong and also lifts up gaps in the data that are needed. Public data about domestic violence is both dated and limited, which creates challenges when it comes to fully understanding both the risk factors and the protective factors for domestic violence. The best and most recent national CDC data is from 2010-2012. And the significance of these data gaps is clear when you consider the many instances that impact reporting. For example, what we can see already from the federal administration's immigration enforcement policies is that they've led to underreporting in Latino and other immigrant communities. We have a great need to better understand the quality of the interventions as well. I know home visiting was mentioned earlier this morning. Home visiting came up as a promising practice here as well in this report. But we really think that the diversity of California merits identifying much more and deepening the level of evidence and the potential for new interventions that can reach the diversity of our state. So we would recommend to this committee to really consider a priority to improve the timeliness and the relevance of and the access to data. I think the access to data was something mentioned as well earlier. We also think that we must work together to make sure that the data doesn't render certain groups invisible. And for our purposes, we had little information on Native American communities here in the state of California. The API, the Asian Pacific Islander community as well as immigrant communities, the national data set does not cover California significantly enough for us to see that in the data, and you'll see those populations missing from some of the national the statistics around incidents. And I think what we think is a really promising area is to really explore more about what are protective factors. So that we talk a lot about risk factors, but what are the protective factors where a prevention strategy can really invest in, and that's what we are exploring as well. We would love to partner with the state in different ways to address this particular challenge in the field. We actually have a long track record of working successfully with the state to improve the health of Californians. As a foundation, we have much more experience doing that on the healthcare side of our house. We have some experience on the domestic violence side as well. We have partnered with the California Department of Public Health and the California Office of Emergency Services, CalOES, in different ways. With CDPH, we co-funded the Close to Home intervention, which is a teen dating violence prevention model. And with the California Office of Emergency Services, we funded the evaluation for the Domestic Violence Housing First model. And we're excited that you're going to be hearing some results about that program later today. And then more recently, I was invited to join the statewide Intimate Partner Violence Prevention Task Force. And this is a collaboration organized by the CDC grant that is managed by the California Partnership to End Domestic Violence, but that includes representatives from the California Department of Public Health, CalOES, the Commission on the Status of Women, and other partners that Policy Link, California Office, the CalCASA, the California Coalition Against Sexual Assault, etc. We think places like this are important places to create. We need more of them to start coordinating, not just around prevention, but also, as you've heard today, coordinating some new solutions for intervention as well. I would like to maybe underscore some of the messages you heard earlier today around the need for coordination across the system. We would highly encourage collaboration and partnership as well, but we would like to see that more also, in addition to the messages you heard this morning about the services system. We would love to see more of it on the prevention side. The issue is complex, and the more we dive into root causes, we can see that it's equally complex to start thinking about what are these risk factors, and I think not only what are the risk factors, but how do you really get partners to coordinate when they are siloed, when we are siloed, actually. So we have Virginia Duplessis from Futures Without Violence mentioned earlier a partnership between healthcare and domestic violence. We've got a lot of experience doing that kind of work. How do you really develop some bold responses that can really get at some of the real change that's needed in communities that addresses the complexity or matches the complexity and the scale of the issue? We are supporting some multi-sector collaborations around the state of California. We're excited about that approach, and we are excited about the possibility that the state may learn and look at some of those models and see how we could approach domestic violence more holistically. Recently, the Prevention Institute did a research on state-level sectors where there's some real possibility for collaboration, and I'll share those. Those are healthcare, public health, housing, and community development with domestic violence, and really exploring there both not just equity and disparity, but also think about how you take some of those state-level collaborations to community and address real deep change for the communities that we all care about. I think embedded in what I just said is that we would highly recommend more attention to prevention. The funding scenario that Krista from the California Partnership to End Domestic Violence shared with you makes clear that prevention investment is low. It does really not match. It hasn't and still doesn't match what's needed in the field, and it's one time. So nothing. This is a marathon, not a sprint, and one-time funding doesn't address the need that is really deep and robust and is going to make the change that's needed. Let's see. The data does help us understand some of the broader social context, so that it's not just the individual risk factors we need to be looking at, but we do need to be looking at some of the social pathways to and from DV, such as how economic insecurity and housing instability compounds the domestic violence both in families and communities. We recommend new ways of thinking about the issue. The life course analysis for us uncovered new insights, and I'll share that for the foundation. We are now moving forward with a multi-generational lens, a deep focus on prevention, and trying to balance prevention with what we call healing and stopping harm. And that is moving us into looking at systems change differently, and trying to recognize the creation of alternative approaches to addressing domestic violence, less punitive approaches that can help people really access the services they need. We continue to see the need for culturally responsive approaches to match the needs and aspirations of all of the communities here in our state. And we are now looking at very upstream structural drivers, such as harmful gender norms. And again, we would love to work with the state on those big, meaty issues. One of our cautions here is that we recognize that long-term work in prevention is long-term work, but you need a strong safety net to actually do prevention. So, the metaphor I'm using is, you can't talk to somebody about doing fire prevention if the house is already burning, right? So you have to balance the two perspectives. And what I would underscore is something that was mentioned earlier. We would love to see what we've learned is the importance of resources to be available across the state. And so while we know it's expensive to do services in rural areas, it's important and essential to have those services in rural populations. We as a foundation similarly funded rural populations, and sometimes a little bit more depending on how much a regional organization was funding and was reaching in one or more counties, which is what we see in some parts of the state. We know that culturally responsive organizations can also need more resources for translation, and for creating different solutions that will work for mixed status families. In 2011, we did a report and we identified Native American, African American, and recent immigrant populations as among the most underserved or unserved populations in the current domestic violence system of care. I want to close my comments by sharing with you all two recommendations that we would make to you as you continue your inquiry. And these are two principles that have informed the way, the process that we have used to do our work. The first is the importance of listening to survivors and taking into account their experiences and needs in crafting the systems change recommendations that you develop. It has been a game changer for us to think about how in a family, a survivor is not just the person who shows up at the shelter, that it includes their children. And the system right now does something, but not enough to address the trauma, and certainly not enough to break the cycle. And then lastly, secondly, it's essential to understand the needs of marginalized populations for whom the system is not working. You know, the system does work for many survivors, but it doesn't work for many survivors. What do you know about them? What do you know about the folks who are not coming to the system? I think by not finding and learning and understanding why the system isn't working for them, we all risk the status quo of making changes that actually don't achieve the change we're all seeking. I'll just close by saying that our great state has a reputation of being innovative, leading proactively, courageous resistance, generating new ideas, and our foundation would be thrilled, really, to do exactly that, to partner with you to do exactly that, to end domestic violence in our country, in our state.
I just have one quick question. Do you have any estimates of what domestic violence costs your insurance company?
I do not know. I can see if we can find out.
It would be a very interesting piece of information for us because, you know, it certainly we've learned and know actually that domestic violence is tied to so many of our problems, and certainly for the healthcare system, many of these victims end up there. So probably many of these people are underinsured, uninsured, but often they are insured, and so to the extent that there's any data for that, it would certainly be helpful for us, I think.
Yeah.
We'll follow up with the witness.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I can also say, you know, in our experience with the domestic violence and healthcare partnerships work, the system needs some work, and it needs that because what we learned what we tried to do is with the Affordable Care Act mandate that mandates reimbursement for domestic violence screening. It depends on what the healthcare provider is doing, right? So if the healthcare provider isn't asking, that data is not going to show up. If they do ask, the survivor may or may not disclose. If they do not disclose, the provider may have to ask more than one time in order for the disclosure to happen. There are also instances when the survivor may get the information and go to the domestic violence shelter on their own and never share it with the healthcare provider. So I am happy to follow up and ask, but I do think that there's a systems problem in that case.
Right, and clearly what you've described, I mean, whatever number you come up with, it's going to be an underestimation of really how severe the problem is. I'm just curious if there is data on it. even
Yeah,
a, you know.
I will ask and see if how we track that.
That'd be great. Thank you.
Does your foundation have any data on the impacts on foster youth programs?
No.
Okay.
We don't have the impact. I can tell you that as we have entered into the space of prevention and we're asking different questions now, the issue of, well, I'll just say, you know, we funded in the field the same way I think that the state funds the fields. You know, you make the grant. In our case, they're fairly discretionary. We partner in different ways. But I don't think that we had children on our radar, which means we weren't asking. And so, but now that we are asking, what I am finding is that domestic violence organizational leaders will tell us that one of the challenges they have is that the protective parent gets charged. There's a failure to protect, and children get taken away. Not in every instance, but in many instances. And so one of the examples I said, one of the principles I mentioned to you is the importance of speaking to survivors. So one of the Los Angeles County has a domestic violence homelessness coalition, doing amazing work in LA County. And that we funded them to do a client inquiry, to do a survivor inquiry. And they had the privilege of hearing 6 survivors. I think 5 out of 6 talked about how their children got taken away for different reasons. One, because they were homeless. They couldn't protect their kids, so the kids got taken away. Another young woman, another young mom, talked about how, in her case, the police had come to her house because of domestic violence incidents numerous times. The last time the police officer told her, "This is the last time we're coming. You know, you either leave, or you either leave or we're not coming." There was a threat of something like that, and so she left, and she took her kids with her. She became homeless. Oh, I'm sorry. The threat was, "Or we're going to take your kids away."
Right, exactly.
So then she left, and then she became homeless, and she still lost her kids. So those are two. So
You can't do it for that reason only.
So
Interesting.
So this is an issue because those kids end up in foster care. I think the other issue is the data is not really well tracked in terms of, is the reason for failure to protect being caused by domestic violence. I actually not sure that data is collected at the county county level.
That's what I was trying to figure out, was because if there's a significant link, you have to presume to child welfare and to protecting the kids. And so the question, I don't know if we know, using our state statistics, right? Because we know we have around 65,000 kids in out-of-home placement right now. I don't know if we know if domestic violence is identified as the cause or one of the causes, right? I mean, we need to ask the Department of Social Services that to figure that out. But I mean, the law is very explicit in regards to you cannot remove children because for the only reason that they are homeless, right? Because that's not a proof of neglect, right? Mom is doing her job; she just doesn't have a roof over her head, and so they have to use something else, right? I'm not saying that isn't the cause, but I'm just saying that in order to be able to for it to stick with the courts, they're going to have to say something else as well.
I think this is a great place for you to
It's a
really
real issue,
understand better. Like I said, I think as we've moved into this space of prevention, we're now asking different questions, and we definitely are looking at the children. And so there has been some work done in this space before. But right now, my conversations with organizations, and like I said, those were presentations by survivors. So they were telling their own story.
Very good. Any other questions, comments?
A request. You had mentioned that your organization had got involved in multi-sector collaborations and other preventative type collaborations. Can you share that with staff so that we can take a look at those and see if there's something that we can model after?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank
you.
Yeah, and we partner with the Prevention Institute on that work, so they are great resources. They've been really doing some leading work in this space as well.
Thank you.
Good. Thank you so much for taking the time to offer your testimony.
Yeah, thank you.
You bet.
Mr. Chairman, the next witness is Matt Huckabee, who's the Executive Director of the Center for Violence-Free Relationships, and with him is Andrew Moore, who will, I believe, testify after Mr. Huckabee. Mr. Huckabee.
Welcome.
Thank you. Well, thank you for the invitation. And before I get going, I just really want to send a shout out to Crystal on the commission, who is just beyond fantastic in working with and keeping us all in communication. And she just did an outstanding job. So I just want to call that out. And I want to thank all of you.
We agree with you, by the way. Thank
Good.
you.
I'm glad that's well known. It shouldn't be a secret because it's pretty apparent. It's an honor to be here. And it's an honor to be here, particularly at this moment in time, which I think is unique and has been a long time coming for the domestic violence field and the intimate partner violence field in particular. I want to start, before I get into the importance of what can happen when we use data-driven models in our creation of services. I've been the executive director now for 14 years up at the Center for Violence-Free Relationships. Early on in my career, I recall two things happening. The first one was I heard the bell on the front door of our office ring, and I was curious. I got up from behind my desk and peeked around the corner, and I watched as a young mom came in who was holding a baby. Behind that young mom was her mother. And following shortly behind her was her mother. And in that moment, in my lobby, I had 3 generations of victims of domestic violence, each of whom had received services from our organization. And I looked at that little baby, and I thought to myself, who is responsible for ensuring that this child has an opportunity to grow up in a home free from intimate partner violence? And I said, well, that's my job. It's my staff's job. It's my community's job. It's all of our jobs to ensure that this little kid gets a chance. Gets a chance. I grew up in a home where my dad liked to give quotes all the time. For some reason, he just liked quotes. And it wasn't uncommon if I was struggling with something for him to say, hey, I got a quote for that. And in thinking about this experience, the quote that came to my mind was one that he would recite regularly to me from Winston Churchill. And it simply is that sometimes it's not enough to do our best, that sometimes we have to do what is required. And in the case of this family, we failed to do what was required to stop the intergenerational transmission of family violence. When I think about healing, I think about ending something, making whole again. In the context of intimate partner violence and domestic violence as a whole, we're 40 years into this, easily. And in my opinion, I have not seen any data that would indicate to us that we have moved the needle very far on impacting recidivism, on stopping the intergenerational transmission of violence from one generation to the next generation, in spite of our good intentions, in spite of our best efforts. After seeing that family walk in, I started a quest. how do we know if what we're doing is working? Where do I go to find best practice models? In other sectors, in substance abuse, we've got some idea. In mental health, we have some idea. In this arena over here, we have some idea. And it was shocking somewhat to learn that within the domestic violence field, the availability of best practice models simply did not exist. It wasn't here. And I thought, well, this is kind of crazy. So what do we do about this? Where's the data? And I would run around my office and be like, hey, do we know this about our clients? No, we don't, but we could pull a bunch of paper files and we could put some hashtags together and we could begin to figure this. I'm like, well, where is our software program? Where are we inputting this data? And we were doing hashtags on spreadsheets, and if we were sophisticated, we would pull up Excel and we would try to upload all that stuff in Excel and make some sort of reasonable analysis around it. We didn't know if what we were doing was actually having its intended impact. We assumed so. We felt great about it, but we didn't know. If you think about the domestic violence field, we've learned some things over 40 years, right? It made sense that we started in on crisis intervention services because, my God, we saw image after image after image of women who had been beat up. We understood that that had to be solved, and we had to have services to assist there. And that is true today. We also know so much more about victimization and the impact of intimate partner violence on victims. We understand what is happening on perpetrators, and we understand what is happening on kids. So what we know, collectively speaking, is we hear a lot that kids are resilient, right? If you think of a balloon, I can poke a balloon and it bounces back to its original shape. Kids are resilient. True. Kids' brains are malleable, which means they're like Play-Doh. And every time they have an experience, that Play-Doh gets poked and it leaves an indentation. And if I have enough of the same repetitive experience, in this particular case, recurrences of intimate partner violence, that leaves a mark on my brain, and my brain, as I grow, begins to organize around it. What data is now telling us is that people who come through our door, through the victim door, have adverse childhood experiences that are off the charts when compared to the original ACE study participants. We know that kids who come through our doors have higher levels of PTSD and a whole host of mental, emotional, social, relationship problems related to their exposure to violence. We also know that the vast majority of folks who are perpetuating harm against those that they love also have high levels of adverse childhood experience, and all three of them are experiencing complex types of childhood trauma. They are traumatized, wounded individuals who need to be healed. When we use this type of data in the design of services, tremendous things can happen. I spent some time in my testimony talking to you about the data reports that are collected from Cal OES, and how the majority of those reports are simply asking us to count numbers. Quite frankly, in service delivery, it is really irrelevant, the number of phone calls that come into an organization. It tells us nothing other than the number of phone calls that come into an organization. We have to use data to design programs to hold ourselves accountable for having the impact that we need to have. So here's an example. Saw this kid. This kid's going to grow up in this home. They're likely to be a perpetrator or a victim of domestic violence. We've got to do something. What do we need to do? We now know that kids have PTSD because of their experience. We need a program that addresses the PTSD levels. So how do we do that? We go out and we research. What do we know about kids with PTSD? What do we know about kids with trauma? We take all that data. We put it together. What is the best therapeutic approach for working with these kids? Well, gee, it seems like cognitive behavioral therapy seems to work. So why don't we build a program around cognitive behavioral therapy that is designed specifically to address the PTSD levels in kids? We put that together. Now, how are we going to measure that it's actually doing what it needs to do? We go out, we find the appropriate assessments. If they're not there, we create them. We implement them, we pilot it, we study it, we see what we get. And you can see from the data that in the second generation project, which is this program for kids, in 12 weeks, we can reduce their PTSD levels to within a couple of points of the general population. That's what happens when we're able to take data and use that data to drive the formation and development of service delivery programs. This is not a funded aspect. My organization decided that this was our priority. We partnered with great friends like Lucia, the California Foundation, who said, hey, here's some money. See what you can do. We took that money. We spent the time to develop research. We pulled in experts. We understood what we were trying to solve. Similarly, on the victim side, we know, same thing, high levels of PTSD, high levels of ACE scores, emotional issues, complex 2 childhood trauma is very real for these folks. It is important that when we think about healing folks, that we think about addressing those issues and creating a level of stability in our clients that allows us to do the deeper, more robust work and allows them to be stable enough and out of crisis enough to begin to do what they need to do in order to rebuild their lives, such as employment issues, secure housing issues, arranged childcare, transportation. All of those types of things are very difficult to do when I have untreated PTSD and I am operating from a place of trauma as opposed to a trace of stability and where I am out of crisis. We also learned that developing resilience in our victims is a factor that really helps them to undo childhood trauma and immediate trauma. So we shifted our programs over to how do we go about building resilience? How do we manage this? How do we know we're building resilience? So we put those processes in place. The ability to use data in designing and measuring the effectiveness of our services is not a cheap date. It took a significant investment, and it took an investment that is lacking in the domestic violence field. We do not have the technological infrastructure to be effective at knowing that everything we are doing is having its intended outcome. We are left with really hashtags and spreadsheets that we are counting by hand in some cases. There is an opportunity to transform the field as it relates to data. One of the things that we like to do, just because it gives us great personal satisfaction, is we like to send in our reports to Cal OES in particular, and here's all the numbers that they're looking for. And we're like, oh, and by the way, you might want to see this data that is kind of letting you know the difference that we're actually making and how long that difference is holding in the lives of those that we are supposed to be healing and working with. My recommendation is that we look solidly at funding infrastructure development for technology inside of the domestic violence field, that we really look at doing that, and to the degree that it is possible, that we really look at standardization of that technology so that we have easy access to data, that we can aggregate data across sites, that we can look at it by program, we can look at it by population that we are trying to serve, that we then can use that data to inform how we need to deliver services, not just collectively across the field, but how do we look at services in rural areas? How do we address these types of discrepancies? What are the differences when we want to be delivering culturally competent services to certain populations that are underserved? Data is the key for telling us all that we need to know. The last thing that I'll share with you, the second experience that I had, happened in the parking lot of our office, where I was waiting for a mom to come and be placed into our safe house. So the mom arrived in her station wagon, and she got parked out of the back seat, door popped open, and this little 6-year-old boy jumped out and began running around the parking lot behaving like a 6-year-old boy would behave. The mom got out holding a baby in her arms and went to the back of the station wagon and began pulling out trash bags of her belongings that we needed to move with her to the safe house. I watched that, and this little boy was jumping around on the little parking things, and he ran up to me and was flexing his muscles, right? And I'm like, wow, you have really big muscles. And he said to me, when I grow up, I'm going to use my muscles to hit my mommy just like my daddy does. And then I thought, where are the programs for this boy? Who is working with the individuals who do harm? There are no people that I trust more than my colleagues in the domestic violence field who know this issue, who understand its complexities, to work with this particular population. We know the issues. We know how to do this type of work. And we need to be courageous and expand our service delivery into working with people who do harm. Failing to do so is going to make prevention very, very difficult. And when we flip our mindset slightly and understand that the vast majority of individuals who perpetuate harm against those they love are individuals who grew up in homes with intimate partner violence. It is the same tree, it's just the fruit looks different. And if we can get ourselves together and willing to do this work there, we also can make great inroads in prevention. And I want to have one final comment around intervention and prevention. There's a lot of definitions around prevention. Are we talking about primary prevention? Is it secondary prevention? Is it a true prevention program? Is it not a prevention program? I don't know the answer to that, but what I do know is that when clients come in to our organizations, regardless of if it is the victim door, the child door, the person who does harm door, they all need some intervention. If we can keep them, and if our programs are designed correctly, we can move them from intervention into prevention services, which really is getting to the root of what is causing intimate partner violence. We have them. They trust us. We can do this, and we can do this easily if we change our focus and understand really what objective we are driving to. So that is where I would leave you, and am willing to take questions.
Anyone?
Yeah. First of all, thank you very much. So one of the things I've learned over the years at the level of state government, right, is that there are lots of wonderful ideas out there. As a former member of the legislature, people would come to me and say, I have this great idea, and we would say, okay, let's do a bill. And in the end, we would do a pilot project, right, because we couldn't get finance to agree to something or whatever it was, right? Or if we actually said to ourselves, let's pilot something. Mm-hmm. But the problem is that we never replicate, right? I mean, there is legislation on the books where pilot projects have been going on for 20 years. Okay, never gotten beyond that. And so in listening to you, right, and talking about the use of data, one of the things I was thinking about is, can we replicate this? Why can't, right? I mean, data is data, okay? And so the question is can we teach everybody in the field, if that's what's necessary? I don't know if I'm using the right words even, okay? But there has to be a way to move beyond just one or two agencies doing this, okay? Yes. If we all think that the use of data, and lots of people have testified today about the issue of data, is, you know, what can the state do in regards to seeing what we can do so that we can drive decision making, whether it's by a nonprofit agency or it's by a governmental agency, right, to make the right decisions about how to move forward. And so I'm just interested about the replication issue.
Yes. So you've identified very key components, particularly as it's centered around the ability to conduct really sound pilots, assessments of programs that we want to do, making sure that we have the right assessments. And the tendency is, so there's two challenges that we face. One is people don't, this is a marathon, as you heard. It took us 3 years to actually be able to say the second generation project is having this impact on kids, because that's how long it took us to do enough pilots to get a sample size that made sense to us before we would put this out there. We got to date a long time if we're going to do this to get to this place. The other thing is, this is a program that our organization would love to scale and take to other organizations. There is not funding available for scaling and for expanding pilots. Now, there are a lot of creative ways that we can do this. We have universities that are here full of people who want to be social workers, who want to be psychologists, who want to be psychotherapists. We can partner with them and put these studies together in that type of a collaboration, coordinate the piloting and expansion and scaling of an encouraging or promising program to see if we can actually turn it into a best practice model. The other thing for us to consider is we really do need a research and development hub that allows us to identify what are encouraging practices. Let's bring this into this structure, this lab, if you will, and let's see what can happen. So another piece that we have to resist, the temptation is we get initial data back from a program, we're like, oh my gosh, we're seeing something that we don't like, we better change the program. We have to stay true to the original design of the program for at least 3 years to make sure that we aren't making and implementing programmatic changes that are based on one-off weird little data things that can happen. When we see a recurrence of a particular pattern or data skill set, then we know that we might want to put a fix in. So we have to be patient, we have to resist the urge to jump on fixing something, and we have to have the ability to scale these programs that is primarily through a coordinated effort centered out of some sort of research and development hub specifically designed for this purpose. So yes, this requires more funding. We are spending the money now. We are just spending it down the river. So if we can pull this funding back and start investing, and it is an investment in this type of work, we will have the impact that we are looking to have as it relates to prevention.
Wow. You know, that's powerful. And it's kind of not what I was expecting, the turn of your story. Stories are very important because they paint a picture that can be enduring. The picture that I was developing is one that I gained over many, many years dealing with criminals as the head of the Board of Prison Terms, California. And that was the boy wanting to get up and be strong to defend mom against dad. This took it to another level for me. I've not dealt with that kind of situation. But I found in criminal offenders two enduring commonalities. One, a family that for whatever reason and dynamic did not nurture, love, support, discipline, teach, and care, abandoned. And then the youth turning to drugs, gangs, and alcohol as their refuge. What I never quite got to, though, was what do we do? I totally believe in the broken window theory and early intervention, particularly with our youth. And how do you mend that broken heart? I've dealt with everybody from first-time parole violators to death row inmates. And I would weep in my heart for the child they were, while I had to hold them accountable for whatever they did. But I always thought about what do we do to mend that broken heart. One of the things that I support that's been very helpful is foster parenting. What do you see in terms of where you're at now with your studies and these stories that you've developed, that what kind of strategies to employ to strengthen that family, to give that child a sense of being loved and cared for, even in the womb? This is very profound and moving.
Thank you. I appreciate the work that you've done, and I also appreciate what you're asking. I don't know what we do about kids in the womb. That is outside of the arena that we are working in. However, there are organizations and entities that are deeply invested in looking about how do we create this optimal environment, right, for children that are not born yet. What we have found, particularly when I am looking at the work that we are doing with the people who do harm, and it is the same that we do in our prevention program in our school, it's the same we do with our victims, it's the same that we do with kids in our second generation project, is that we unpack the trauma. We unpack the childhood wounds. We help them understand that this behavior that I'm seeing out here, although may seem to be rooted in this stimulus, the response that I'm having to that stimulus is disproportionate. And whenever I'm engaging in a disproportionate response to a particular stimulus, it tells me that there's something else going on. And so it is teaching folks the process of how do you peel this thing that happened, this dysfunctional behavior that happened, how do we peel it back to its root? So here's an example, and a sort of, it relates, and I hope that it helps. So we had a gentleman that was in our intervention program for people who do harm, and he relapsed in his substance abuse. And he was talking about, well, I relapsed because my daughter's getting married and my wife didn't let me go to the wedding and I didn't get an invitation to the wedding, so I'm relapsing, right? I'm drinking now. So all the blame was placed on this thing that happened. And through working with him, he began to unpack the reality that it had nothing to do with getting an invitation to the wedding. It had everything to do with the sadness that he was feeling, with the separation that he was feeling from this life experience that he wanted to share in. And he was then able to take that separation, that sadness, and tie it back to his childhood where he was like, wow, so when I was this age growing up, I was separated from this family experience. I felt this level of sadness. So in essence, he put it together that he was reacting based on that childhood wound because his emotional development was stunted at 8. So he was reacting like an 8-year-old, but just in a big grown man's body, behaving in a big grown man's way, but he was acting like an 8-year-old emotionally. So we got to get these things into balance with these folks. We have to. And it's similar over on the victim side, that if we do not address childhood wounds, my childhood wound baggage is going to match the childhood wound baggage of another individual, and we're going to think that we're instantly attracted to each other because we have so much in common and that this is instant love and the sparks are flying, and it simply is because our baggage matches. We have to get rid of the baggage, right? And then go out and see what we can do in relationships that are far different than what we're currently inclined to be attracted to, if that makes sense.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
So we're on this spectrum, and as you were speaking, we've been working at this for at least 40 years. And much of the work that's being done, as you're describing now, is the intervention sort of after there's been an act. Right. And clearly, I think what we've heard this morning is that there's not enough money there. And then, so now I'm hearing from you, there's no money at prevention, or next to no money. And so how much money did it take for you to start doing your study? I hate to bring it down to a price tag, but I kind of want to understand, if we wanted to do a pilot project, what did you need to get it going? What are we looking at to do? And I agree that you have to get to the children, and you have to get to the point. Otherwise, we're just going to be throwing terrible, but good money after bad to keep trying to stop it after somebody's been harmed. How do we stop the harm? And that is exactly as you're saying, go back earlier in time. But I kind of need a concept of what you're suggesting is the cost.
So on the technical infrastructure building piece of it, let me share this with you. It was about $100,000 for us to, and at the time we were just looking for a software program. We went out there and we went, wait a minute, we don't want just a fancier way of counting. We want a performance management system that allows us to actually measure the effectiveness of the service delivery that we had. And out there are very few of those. So it was about $100,000 for us to go out and identify the software that we wanted, do the configuration, work with the vendor to make sure that we could get this in, and then train our staff and do all of those types of things. We then had the opportunity where we went like, hey, what about if we put this together in other organizations? And we did the same process in 6 other organizations, which is really what allows us to aggregate data now across sites. And Blue Shield of California was the primary funder of that. And all told for that project, we were looking at about $1.25 million to link all 7 of us together and to build the infrastructure and do those things. In addition to that, it is one thing to have the software. We also had to dedicate and bring in a staff member who is a program analyst, because there is an assumption that just intuitively inside of an organization that we do a pre or post test, that we look at the data that we got and we run some percentages and we put some percentages out there, that we are sophisticated in our analytics ability. And that is not necessarily the case. However, there are talented individuals who very well have the capacity with the right training to become very solid program analysts. So we need to worry about how do we maintain integrity of the data and the ability to interpret the data in a way that makes sense, that is rooted in sound scientific principles and not just my assumptions and my biases and things of that nature. So you have to have that program analyst position as well. If we are in a shared data space using a similar system, there is no reason why there cannot be 1 or 2 program analysts that do program analytics across sites. And even easier if we are rolling out the same program. It becomes so easy. So the study that you read about where we just did the initial study of the 500 domestic violence service providers, that really, the aggregate data report was a touch point report. We literally could go in and we literally could push a button once the report was configured and we pull it up and there is all of our aggregate data. Then we could go about slicing and dicing and however we wanted to. So the only investment of time was case managers really asking questions to the clients that they're already seeing and then putting those responses into the system. So if we can collaborate at that level, if we can standardize around systems and structures, which is where the investment has not been made, we can do it, I think, more effectively. And I guarantee you that if we came as a field and said, hey, vendor of software for this program, we have 102 clients for you. What kind of deal you want to give us? And I think that we could probably get a really good deal. And who would not want to be part of that? And who would not want to pilot this type of an approach to preventing IPV across a state? I mean, sign me up, you know. Please do. I will walk here if I have to be participating at this level. Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Part of what, go ahead.
There's another step. So once let's say we could do that, okay? And it doesn't sound like it's very costly, to be honest with you, okay? Because once you kind of have the design, right, then the question is just how many folks do want to play with you and what their business processes are, and do you have to change their business processes and adapt them to whatever you're looking for. Okay, but once you've got that information, then the question is what do you do with it? And that also requires program redesign from my perspective, right? At least if I understood you correctly. Because if what we've learned is certain things around the kids, for example, right, that if we want to stop this cycle, that means doing something with the kids who were victims. Yes. Because otherwise, because what you're all, I think what we heard today is that that's who becomes perpetrators very often, not always, but often. And so the question then becomes, what's the cost of the service delivery part of it, right? Because that means these 102 agencies, if they're all going to do if we're going to use something common, right? And do they all? Not everybody wants to use the same thing, I'm presuming. But let's say we got lucky and they all wanted to look at the kids. What's the cost of the service delivery once you've got the data set?
So for an example, for the second generation project, we like to keep our group small, so we look anywhere between 6 to 8 kid participants, and we have 2 facilitators that are working with the kids, and then simultaneously, while we are working with the kids, the non-abusing parent is also in a program that occurs at the same time where we are teaching them what they need to know to help support the work that we are doing with the kid. We can do that program, we can run that program 4 times a year for a cost at less than $50,000 a year. So it's a couple $1,000s per kid to be able to do it. It is not expensive. It's cheap. It's cheap.
Well, if you think about, a victim who shows up in the emergency department, that visit's $2,500.
Right.
Easily.
For the first 10 minutes.
Yeah, right. That's going to be a $2,500 visit.
Yes.
And what I find fascinating about what you're talking about, when the commission some time back was considering this as a topic for us to explore, and Crystal had done some preliminary work about the amount of money that this kind of violence costs and how significant it is. The question that was nagging me and Commissioner Varner was, well, how do you make this stop, right? Because you've been able to calculate the expense to society, which ought to provide some incentive about funding things in order to avoid that cost, right? Pay me now, pay me later.
Yes.
And what you're talking about actually provides an entree into where you begin to sort of stop that from advancing on to the next generation. And I'm guessing that Mr. Moore is here for a reason.
He is here for a reason. So I was Crystal had asked, she said, hey, I know you're probably going to say no to this question, but given the information that is contained in the framework, the Blue Shield of California Foundation report, particularly as it relates to the punitive paradigm and the actual impact that like mandatory arrest records is having on the safety and well-being of victims, she was aware that we have this program that we do for people who do harm. And she said, hey, would anybody be willing to come and talk to us? And she was like, I know you're going to say no, but I thought I'd ask. And I said, well, actually, have I got a guy for you? And so I am happy to pivot over here to Andy to let him share his experience.
Hello and welcome.
Hello. Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Andrew Moore, and I would like to thank you for inviting me to speak on behalf of the Center of Violent-Free Relationships Positive Solutions Program. First, I would like to say that the fact that I am here speaking my truth to you without fear of judgment, criticism, or rejection speaks bounds for the program, as I have struggled greatly with this in the past. I have currently been in the program for a little over a year now and still continue to attend. My intentions are to continue my own growth as a volunteer and co-facilitator to eventually hold my own classes at the center to help others grow and heal with the same skills and awareness that I have acquired. In the past, I was extremely emotionally cold, and my intimate relationships have been turbulent, to say the least. I was mandated to attend the program after a hotel employee saw me slap my wife across the face after a heavy evening of drinking and called the local law enforcement. It was the first vacation we had had since our marriage 3 years prior, but was not the first act of violence or emotional harm we had projected onto one another. Upon arrival at the center, I was apprehensive as it resides in the same building that in the past was the location of the county mental health offices, which I spent several years of my childhood attending. I expected it to be another psychoanalytical version of this is what you did, and this is what you did and are doing, and this is what you should have done and shouldn't do. It wasn't. It was the beginning of a life-changing transformational process. Prior to the time I have spent at the center, my relationship suffered, but more so, it was that I suffered from my lack of awareness. I was in a constant state of fear. I spent most of my time worried about the stories I created in my head, what has happened, what is going to happen, what do they think of me. Constantly, I reached out to fix things that could not be fixed, whether they be mine or someone else's, to the point of my own detriment. I was unable to express or voice my needs, but I was unaware that I had them, to the point I would lash out verbally and sometimes physically. My self-talk was extremely negative. The I'm not good enough narrative is what I told myself anytime I would think about something for myself. I felt like butter over too much bread and had a complete lack of personal energy and motivation. Depression and anxiety was what controlled my life. Throughout the program, there were several major changes and skills acquired. Sure, I learned about the cycle of violence, effective communication, and better coping skills, but to me these are just tools and not lessons. I found my voice to express my needs. I found self-confidence and a powerful self-worth. I would have never even thought of speaking at the Capitol a year ago. I learned to get out of the story in my head and learned that others have their own story too. I found presence and pleasure in every moment, but most importantly, I learned awareness for myself. I learned how to love myself deeply just the way I am. You can only love and connect with others to the depth that you love and are connected to yourself. I now have the confidence and energy to greatly and positively affect myself, my family, and my community. I have recently become my son's Cub Scout den leader to help young boys grow into good men, and as said before, volunteering at the center to help men become better men. I have acquired a new job at a fast-paced and quickly growing aerospace company. The relationship with my wife, that had almost not endured many hardships, is now flourishing, vibrant, and our love and connection is more intimate than either of us ever dreamed possible. This program is powerful. It doesn't just teach new skills for nonviolent communication and positive relationships. It teaches to find the wounds within one's heart and soul and how to find the medicine within yourself to heal them. It teaches one to find true love and happiness, and I don't know a single person that doesn't want or deserve that in their life. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. There you go. So, Mr. Huckabee, what I'm curious, well, let me just preface this. When we did a study of technology services in government, probably one of the big lessons we learned was that what made a difference with respect to a department and how well it adapted or embraced the new technology for customer service was often because of leadership and attitude of one person. So the supervisor, for example. And in your case, what was it in your background that caused you to recognize that you needed more tools to get to where you wanted to go? How'd that happen?
So the assumption that I made initially was we're all in this work because we want to have a profound difference and make a difference. We also, many of us, this is probably the largest in all the sectors that I've worked at, this is probably the largest collection of individuals who are wounded themselves. And we have a whole bunch of wounded healers. And wounded healers, we like to help heal other people. We also like to know that we were making a difference. And it became simply a process of saying, look, we don't know if we are actually making a difference in the lives of these folks. And we need to know. And what if we could accomplish this? And what if this became this? I mean, my board thought that I was insane when I went to them and said, hey, I got an idea. What do you think if we were to build like a technologically linked network of service providers across the state of California? And they were like, you're kidding me, right? And I'm like, no, I'm actually not. But it began to find buy-in with them. What are our shared values? What do we have in common? And how do we take what we have in common and our desires and our goals and our vision for making a difference in the world? And then how do we put together processes and plans so that we can do that? And so it was simply a matter of unlocking that passion, understanding the difference that they wanted to make, putting the tools together, whether that be a theory of change process, whether that be understanding accountability, whether it be looking at assessments and evaluations, getting that buy-in, and then holding ourselves highly accountable for performing at the level that we have to perform at, which is the other important piece of data collection. We have to make sure that our practitioners are high performing, that we have clearly communicated performance thresholds with an expectation that they meet those performance thresholds, and that they have access to their own performance levels and can actually look at them and see. So it is just a groundswell. And Beth, who you heard from Weave, she is on our network. Tracy, who you're going to be hearing from, she is on our network. So we understand, and it catches fire. And funders like outcomes reports. And if I can say, hey, instead of providing 3,200 counseling sessions, I can tell you that 75% of our clients achieved their goals, and they achieved them within this many services, and this is how many hours it took, and this is how we focused on it. Funders like, wow, you guys know what you're doing. You're sophisticated, you're on it, we'll give you some more money, right? So money is a good catalyst for getting people on board.
So, Mr. Moore, in terms of what was your, when you first, well, how was it that you came to the attention of the Center for Violence-Free Relationships? How did that come together?
It was the event at the hotel that I spoke about where I had slapped my wife in public, and the hotel employee had called the police.
Okay, so...
And I was arrested and went through the whole court process.
All right.
And I was mandated to attend the program.
Okay, so the court knew of your program and said that you, Mr. Moore, are going over here as part of your probation?
Correct.
Okay. Okay.
52 weeks or something?
Yeah.
Because statute requires that.
Okay. So what was your sense when you first got there? Were you going like, damn? I mean, you kind of referred to it before you said, am I going to hear some more, right?
Right, exactly.
But what was different?
It was different in the sense that it wasn't, point your finger, you did this and you should have done this.
Right.
It was based around finding personal awareness. It was based around peeling off the onion layers and finding what's the core issue within myself, not what I did.
Right. It wasn't a scared straight program.
Right, exactly.
It wasn't like you're all messed up.
Right, which I was very familiar with.
Right. And that, according to what you're telling us, didn't work all that well.
No.
So it was about finding yourself in a place that embraced you, right?
Correct.
And wanted to help you find that part of yourself that was good.
Right. Finding the little broken pieces that I didn't
Yeah.
know how to find gave me the tools to be able to do so.
So Matt was kind of like your Mr. Rogers.
You
Well,
could say that.
it isn't a scared straight program, but there certainly are times when we are working in there that it is scary. We are aggressive. And in fact, at one of the last meetings we had last Monday in a group facilitation, one of the newer guys who brought his son now to the program said, they're like pit bulls. They are not going to leave you alone until you get where you need to go with this. And that is true.
But it's the approach and the
But
technique.
it's the approach. We love these guys.
Yeah.
We embrace these guys. And
Right.
we honor them for being there.
Right.
And we're going to help.
Right.
I see grown men cry about their childhood wounds every week, week in and week out. It's powerful.
Mr. Emerson?
Did you come from a history of family violence?
I did not.
Tell them your history.
Would you like to hear my history?
Of course.
As a child, I was an overactive child, and I had been expelled from many schools simply because, not necessarily for acting out in a poor way as a young child of 8, but I eventually wound up in homeschool, and then I was medicated heavily, and I finally got back into regular school around puberty, and I began to develop emotions and things that I was unable to deal with. And then you mix that with overactivity. I became violent, and I was expelled again, placed in a mental institution, heavily medicated up to the point of 35 pills a day, in and out of mental institutions, therapy programs, blood tests, you know what I mean, every couple of weeks. And at late teens, I began drinking and dabbling in drugs and things like that, and my relationship suffered henceforth.
Well, it just strikes me that what is profound is you didn't fail, we failed.
8-year-old boys who can't sit still.
I mean,
It's
yeah.
such a simple thing.
No, we failed you. Society failed you. School failed you. The adults in your life, not necessarily your parents or what that background was about, but those of us who should have known better, instead of trying to understand and appreciate you and what was happening. And this is a lesson. It's not just about you. It's about how many other thousands of children does this kind of stuff happen to? Not understanding how to help you be your best, we became punitive because that's how we're going to straighten you out. And if you don't get straightened out, then that's because you're messed up. Because what we are doing is to sort of help you get through it. So we failed you.
Right. That judgment and criticism and rejection is my childhood story.
Yeah.
Mr. Moore, so thank you for coming in and sharing your story.
My pleasure.
I have a question. Tell us a little bit, if you will, about your wife. Why did she stay? Because I think most of us would be, there's violence in this relationship. She needs to get out.
Right.
And so I'm curious about how she is dealing with this and how we've protected her as well.
The violence was mutual. I not only a perpetrator, but I am a victim of it as well. So as Matt was speaking, we both had that baggage, and we've both healed our childhood wounds together.
So is your wife in the program as well?
No.
Has she been in any other programs, or have you helped her and you sort of taught her your program?
I've taught her my program, and we're become very spiritual. So we both have our spiritual practices that have aided in that.
One of the interesting things that we're beginning to see is we're slowly beginning to integrate using our case managers and working with this particular demographic, with this population as well. And one of the needs that we are seeing that is surfacing is that even on the victim side, and we treat both victims and perpetrators at the same time, right? What we're seeing is they don't necessarily want this relationship to end. They want the behavior to change. And we are now seeing that when folks get to a particular place in the program, and they have been bringing home week after week after week either information that we're sharing with them. They are required in large part to say, hey, I learned this new tool. I am going to begin practicing this new tool. And of course, that is met with, this is just another game, and you aren't serious, and you're just playing me again. And then over time, that resistance to the change that is happening to the individual begins to start infiltrating into changes inside of the relationship, to where we are now at a point where we are looking at the feasibility and appropriateness and how we would go about beginning to facilitate bringing these two people back together to help them move forward together, utilizing new skill sets so that they both get on the same page. One of the discrepancies that we're seeing is we've got folks that are in this particular program that are learning new skill sets, and we're not changing really any skill sets over here, so they're going back into the same environment. So basically how I describe it is they're both dancing, and so we got to separate them, get them to stop dancing, teach them a new dance separately, and then bring them back together and help them to dance this new dance together is what we're trying to, I think, ultimately where we're going to go with this program. We'll see.
I mean, clearly, you know, in many of these relationships, there was a reason why people did come together, and there was love there. And then, so one of the things that's very difficult to get a woman to leave, or a victim to leave, woman, man, it's very difficult to get them to leave. You know, I'm going to be all alone. I love this person, just not every day. And so, you know, I appreciate that you're talking about dealing with the holistic matter. That's, you know, some couples, I think, are not as fortunate as you were, that you found a path with your partner.
Right.
Many, you know, maybe as they learn that maybe they shouldn't have been together in the first place. But I do think that, you know, it's just so complicated. I mean, when I worked in this field, I always thought, you know, if you could solve this problem, you would solve the world's problems. It's just, it's so complex, and so you are sort of dealing with different pieces of it. And so, again, proud of your work here, and I assume you see it as an ongoing journey, and I'm glad you're doing it with your partner. That's great.
Yeah, please.
So, Matt, question for you. Since David's gone, if you had some time with the governor, what would you say the state could do to help facilitate both prevention and servicing?
I think that there needs to be an investment, obviously, in the infrastructure for the use of technology, particularly around data collection and assessment. I think that there needs to be a standardization of encouraging / promising programs so that we are scaling those to other entities so that we can turn them into best practice models that can be adopted for use throughout the field. I also think that, and this is kind of a little bit off, I agree with all of the recommendations. I like the movement of the funding for this over into a health and human services approach, because that fundamentally is at the core of what we are dealing with. These are health and human service issues. Needs to be moved out of the criminal justice arena. This is where we can have more robust work done with practitioners that understand the nuances and the complicated nature of what we are dealing with. And just kind of one off that is a little bit out there is that the state really needs to think about how we rebrand intimate partner violence. We are rooted in 40-year-old images that are so powerful that they have stayed with us, and those are images and depictions of women being beat up. And so what happens is then as a culture and as a society, and even from those that are being victimized, they define domestic violence as physical violence. We need to reframe this so that we are telling and rebranding this earlier on in that cycle. That's the end of the story. We've got to get way back here is that, no, this is what we're really talking about. It really is about name calling. It really is about, you know, control over finances. This is what how we really need to be branding this, and not necessarily brand it from this victimization standpoint, but rather this is what healthy looks like. This is how you know you are in a healthy relationship. One of the things that is astounding as it relates, I mean, the domestic violence field has been branded better than any movement that I am aware of, and it has stuck, which tells us something. One of the things that I am struck by is in 14 years, and there are people here that have been doing this much, much longer and know more about this than I do, I have yet to hear a client come in to our office and say, I know I am in a violent relationship. I don't think I am. I'm not sure if I am. Something doesn't feel right. They just don't know that they're not calling it that. And they're certainly not calling that in the absence of bruises and broken bones and black eyes.
Well, yeah, what example did I use? I used the one you show up in the emergency department with physical injury and wounds. And what you just made an incredibly profound point. That is the imagery that is stuck with us. Yeah, I mean, it's the same. Look, we're also studying, labor trafficking. And what we talked about is sex trafficking. Everybody knows that. And there's revenue streams for it, and people are trained for it. But with respect to labor trafficking, it's like a whole different world that nobody knows what to do with, even though it is probably, we think, based on what we pulled together, a much larger problem in terms of numbers of people than sex trafficking, which is horrible enough as it is. And because part of what you are talking about is the sort of thing that I think we all see every day in terms of parenting of children. And you stand in an elevator and you've got the parent who allows the child to hit the button and teaches them how to make choices, or allows that child to decide what color dress or shirt to wear that day. They get to make a choice, as compared to the parent who says, here, put this on, or the parent who hits the button. Never really understanding that what they have just done is denied that child the opportunity to understand they can make choices. And it never occurs to them that that's what they just did, that they have created limitations for their own children.
Well said.
Thanks.
Excellent.
Anybody else? Yeah.
Mr. Moore, I just wanted to thank you for the courage to come here and testify today.
Thank you.
I think it's really meaningful to the commission to hear directly from someone that has found value in these services. And you said that this organization helped you find the wounds in your heart and then the tools to heal them. To me, that hit home pretty good as to why we're studying this and trying to find solutions that help you and others similarly situated. So best to you and your family. Wish you successful growth with everything.
Thank you.
See no further questions or comments. Thank you very much, both of you. Much appreciated.
Mr. Chairman, we'll go ahead and call up the next witness now, who is Tracy Lamb, who is the Executive Director of News, Nurturing Empowerment Worth Safety, which is a service provider in Napa.
Hi, good afternoon.
Hello.
This has been an amazing day for me, just listening in on all the comments of all the other speakers, and just really thought-provoking, and seeing so many intersections in the work that we're doing in Napa every day. And so grateful that this commission is taking the time to really do a deep dive, because you can see there are so many complexities and intersections in the work that we're doing. I've been the executive director at News for 14 years, but I've worked in the field. Many of us have been in the field for a long, long time. And I've worked in the public sector and the private sector. I worked for a district attorney's office, and I've mostly worked in nonprofits. So very, very interesting conversation. And so my topic for the day is to talk about domestic violence and homelessness, and it's been brought up several times throughout the day. And it is, domestic violence and homelessness are just closely intertwined. Homeless people, homeless women, and particularly on the street, the majority of them have experienced domestic violence either growing up or in their lives, and many of the women who are coming into domestic violence shelters are having to make a choice between living with violence that is life-threatening sometimes, or day in and day out, that emotional, financial, physical, sexual abuse. And like you said, one day to the next, you don't know what you're going to be experiencing. One day you might think, okay, I can live with this, and then the next day you're in danger for your life. And so it's a horrible choice to have to make, because once you make the decision to leave and come into a shelter or call the police and someone gets arrested and you've lost a source of income, then that may be what you're facing. And you hear people really have a sense of hopelessness around the housing situation. There's 0% vacancy rates, and if they do come to the shelter, I think it was Beth who said, then what are we going to do when we release them? They're going to go right back into homelessness. And so our communities are struggling with this. I know many of us in the domestic violence field attend our continuum of care collaboratives, and a lot of the discussion in those meetings is on working with people who have been chronically homeless, people who are veterans, youth who are out there on the streets. And we want to say that domestic violence survivors are also one of those very vulnerable populations that we want the focus of ending homelessness to be on. The funding sources, HUD funding sources in particular, have been more accessible to address those other populations. And it's difficult for domestic violence organizations to compete in that because there's a heavy burden on being able to track data. The homeless prevention management system is a requirement for a lot of that funding that comes down. And for an organization like News to accept that kind of funding, I'm taking on an administrative burden that I don't really have the ability to manage with the funding that I have. So essentially, I leave money on the table that could go towards services, and I can't access them. So that is one of the issues that we're dealing with.
Can I ask a quick question?
Yes.
If you had the administrator to get this data, is it data you need?
And I would say some of that is numbers, and we are actually collecting some data. Our system isn't compatible to the HMIS system. So to bring someone in to actually manage that system, and then they change it, and so that is another whole cost issue for trying to keep on top of managing that system. But yes, I would say we do want to know. We want to know, for instance, how long it's taking from someone to go from shelter to having housing independent. We want to know, some things about their ability to have income, and are we able to increase their income when they're coming into our systems. We want to know those things. That would be helpful for us to know. But it is overburdensome for what we would have to put into it that we don't need to know, I would say, yes.
So the data is important. It's the means by which to gather it and the mechanism of which to collect it. But ultimately, what they're looking for is not bad data. Because we've heard reports like, "Oh, I'm getting junk," and we also are hearing that it's just too. What you're saying is we're incompatible. So I'm just.
And it is true, and there is the confidentiality issue. But I do think that the people who are gathering the data and analyzing the data are struggling with ensuring that it's good information in and good information out. That's true.
Wait, let me just ask you, I'm sorry, I hate to interrupt.
No, it's okay.
But let me be sure I understand. So that, because I'm following up on your question. So if you had the administrative capacity to do it, the question is, how much money are you leaving on the table because you don't have that?
So last year,
would the investment, let's say the state decided we're going to put the money in to get you the administrator.
Right.
What are you leaving on the table that you could have that would get you what kind of services for whom?
Well, there was set aside money through HUD specifically for domestic violence housing services.
Mm-hmm.
Some of the organizations, domestic violence organizations, were able to access that funding, and some like ours were not. It was a relatively small amount of money for the administration that it would take to do it. And so when we look at the number of clients, homeless survivors that we would be able to help, it didn't make sense mathematically for us to do that.
Oh, it still didn't. It wasn't enough money.
It wasn't enough money to make that.
Okay.
Some organizations already had those systems in place or had parallel systems in place, could tap into that money, so some were able to, but some like ours were not.
Okay.
So I'm here to talk about the domestic violence housing first program model, and I don't know if you were able to take a look at the report from Dr. Chris Sullivan talking about research. What was really neat for News is that the researchers on the model from Michigan State University came to visit our program 3 times to really look at the service delivery and whether or not we were implementing the model the way it was intended. And based on the report and the outcomes that they heard from our staff, our clients, our community, they felt strongly that that was a good exemplar of how the model could work. And it has had in our community, and I think in talking to other domestic violence programs around the state, pretty amazing success. So I wanted to talk a little bit more about what that looks like and how that works. I wanted to start by saying that last night I stopped into the office at the end of the day, and there was a training for our 24-hour domestic violence responders. And there was a woman, her name is Janet Sanchez, and she said, "Please say my name. My name is Janet Sanchez." She is probably a 5-foot-something Latinx woman, bright red lipstick, just vibrant personality. And she said, "News saved my life. I just wanted you to know that news saved my life." And I said, wow, it's amazing how often we hear that. How often domestic violence programs hear, "Wow, you saved my life," which, data or not, that's a pretty amazing thing to hear. So, you know, she told me a little bit about her story, and she said that she literally was running for her life. She and her 3 small children were sleeping at the ferry building in Vallejo, and then was connected to news, ended up coming into our emergency shelter, and then was helped with housing and got some stability, found some counseling for her children, attended support groups. When we talk about the realm of services that organizations like ours provide, they're pretty broad, and we are doing a lot of that: group counseling, work with children, you know, all of those things. And she said, and here I am today providing 24-hour immediate response to survivors of domestic violence, and she was so proud. And she said if they want to see pictures or documentation or anything they want to see, I would be happy to give it to them. So I wanted to give a shout out to Janet Sanchez. So I think that domestic violence programs are uniquely in position to be able to do this kind of work because we have the resources to provide that immediate safety. We understand trauma, so many of us have had extensive training and being trauma informed and knowing about ACEs and knowing about a lot about mental health and substance use issues, and we also have very deep community partnerships. We do work closely with our health and human service organizations, other nonprofit organizations. I would say that probably every domestic violence organization throughout California is deeply embedded in a lot of the collaborations and partnerships that happen in their community. So we know a lot about a lot of things. In fact, news during the fires was on the Communities Organized Against Disaster, and we helped people coming in the door who were, you know, having trauma related to the fires. So we have so many benefits and so many pieces of education of the puzzle and the way things work with our eye on these families who are suffering with domestic violence. I wanted to talk a little bit about the population that we're serving. So it's been alluded to or talked about many times today, but who we're talking about usually are primarily women. We do serve men. We do serve transgendered and LGBTQ and a broad cross-section of the community. But we're usually talking about women with children. Oftentimes, in my community and probably in many communities, we're talking about people who have immigration status barriers, language barriers, low levels of education. They oftentimes have lack of transportation. They have childcare issues. And if you've been living in a situation where, and this is generational, potentially you have lived with abuse since you were a child, and then you grew up and had further trauma. Maybe you were a victim of teen dating violence and then probably had a sexual abuse incident, and then you end up in a relationship, and then you've basically turned around and said, oh, I've been traumatized pretty much my whole life. And so we understand that perspective, and also, and we welcome people that have that because we know that's what comes with it. And substance use issues are common, and when you're in pain a lot, then that tends to be what you do. So what happens with domestic violence organizations is we become experts in all of this because we want to address the whole person. So that's the foundation of the Domestic Violence Housing First program, is that we know that, and we also realize that we don't want that to get in the way of looking for housing. We don't want to say, wow, you have all that, so chances are you're not going to be successful in being able to become independent, get a home of your own, and be able to live on your own. So that is exactly the opposite premise of this program. The program says we believe that if you get that housing and you're in a stable situation and you have some services and support wrapped around you, that you will be successful in being able to maintain that. And that is exactly what we have been seeing. So yes, that home base is the place where the sense of stability can start. So what we do in the shelters is we meet that immediate safety need, and then we make sure they have food and clothing and protective orders and the things that they need to get them so they can breathe for a minute. Their children are safe, and they've made a huge decision in their lives, and they're kind of, trying to get their feet back on the ground. Usually that can take from anywhere from a couple of weeks to maybe a month or two. And then in the process of that, once that starts to stabilize, we right away start talking about what are your options and how can we connect you to a housing resource. And so this program we've had the program Domestic Violence Housing First funded through OES for the last 2 years. Some of the programs, the initial programs, I think there were maybe 9 when they first started, had it a little bit longer than we have. So we've been doing this for 2 years. We actually had experience in doing this years before when there was Obama money for the ERA program, and a shot of money came into our community to work on these issues. We were part of it back then. So we already had started kind of laying the groundwork for understanding how to do this, and also building landlord relationships and community partnerships and piecing together funding. We kind of knew how to do it. So we were primed to start. But the program has provided funding for us. It was about $575 over a 2-year period. And I think you'll find that what we've been able to do with that money has been an incredible bang for the buck. So it provided for a little bit of staffing, a small amount of admin, never enough admin, but some amount of admin. And then what we tried to do is put as much money that we could into the actual financial support for the clients that we were serving. So there are 2 kind of prongs. One is for homelessness prevention. So oftentimes what will happen is someone will say, my partner was arrested and I just lost a source of income, and I'm going to get a roommate who's going to come in and live with me next month, but right now I'm going to be behind. I'm not going to be able to pay this month's rent. If I just pay that 1 month, I'll be able to stay in my home. So the great thing about the funding for this program is that the funding is flexible enough that we can say, yes, that will be the thing that will stabilize that person and help them maintain their home, prevent them from becoming homeless. So we've been really creative in how we've been able to use those funds for the prevention piece. And then the other piece is actually finding housing and locating housing for people who have become literally homeless as a result of domestic violence. So some of the ways that we've been able to use those pots of money are for security deposits, rent payment, sometimes one-time rent payment, sometimes more ongoing payments. Typically, this was really an interesting outcome for us, is that when we were kind of planning for how many clients we could serve and what buckets, we called it buckets, that we were going to put the money in, we put more money in our long-term bucket because we assumed that they were going to probably need more money. And what we found out was that it was amazing how many people could actually become self-sustaining after 3 to 6 months. So we pulled back some of that long-term funding and we put it in more of the prevention, and we found that, and if you can prevent someone from becoming homeless, you talk about cost effectiveness to the system, that was, a major part of the goal. So moving and storage, electric bill, car repair. We had one woman who had fines in Texas and couldn't get her driver's license in California, so she couldn't go to the job that she had gotten as a culinary professional. And so, most programs would say, wow, you paid $2,000 in fines for this woman so that she could get her driver's license. Well, we did. And we did that because that was the key. Now she works, has a full-time job. She has an apartment of her own.
And remind me, what was the source of that?
Source of the funding?
For the flexible funding.
It comes with the Domestic Violence Housing First funding. You can put that in.
Is that federal?
No, it's
State?
coming through OES.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Federal dollars coming in
Okay.
OES.
All right.
And right now I think there are 33 programs that are receiving this funding. And I know that we've been kind of held up as an exemplar, but I've been talking to people around the state who are getting this money, asking them, how's it going for you? And people are telling me that this money has been a game changer, that they really are being able to see a flow from shelter to housing. And without that, we'd be releasing people into homelessness and, quite frankly, violence, right?
Is that like a grant, or do you hope that someday she would pay you back?
It's grant.
It's straight up grant.
It's strictly a grant because, she, as someone who basically came to us living in a tent and is just establishing herself, I mean, we want her to be able to not only have a home, but be able to kind of have a quality of life.
Right.
And I philosophically, I don't know, I hadn't really thought about that payback idea.
I was just curious, not suggesting one way or another.
Yeah,
I
no, I
was just
never
curious
thought of
if
it.
it was like a zero interest loan.
No.
And you pay back if you can, and you forgive it if you can't.
No.
Yeah, I was just curious.
But I really think that $2,000 investment is like potentially
cheap relative to the payoff. Right, absolutely.
Exactly.
Well, and if you can keep that person in the home, they don't have to come up with first, last, and a security deposit for the next one.
Yeah.
Right, that's right. If they can actually, establish some savings and get their life really on track.
Yeah.
So in the last year, there have been about 50 women who have come through our emergency shelter or were literally homeless who we have been able to provide housing for. And there were about 100 more people that we were able to actually prevent their homelessness. And that's Napa, we're small. Imagine if you did scale a program like this and what it could do across the state. I would say, though, that one of the things that makes this program successful is the staff that take the time to do things like build landlord engagement. I think that was one of the very key pieces to the success. So we have a handful of landlords who really have become our champions in our community, and they do this for several reasons. One, because domestic violence is so prevalent, many of them know this personally in their lives. Somebody they care about had something like this happen to them, or they grew up with this. So they have a heart and they care. The other reason, though, is that in a sense, we've become almost like property managers for them. We vet the clients that are coming in. Not only do we help them with the subsidies, but we then follow them as they're living in those homes to make sure that they are becoming stabilized and are able to continue to make that rent. So if they have a glitch, because you're going to when you're just trying to start out on your own and you've never done that, we're going to identify it and we're going to help them resolve that. And if something gets damaged, or even if someone has to move, this funding will help us to actually have a storage unit and find another apartment for them and get another person to move in. These landlords have come to a point now and they have a vacancy that they call us, and we could do more. So, we're still turning people away, but we're just, for the numbers and the cost effectiveness of what we're doing, I just think it's pretty incredible. And they are sustaining it. I would love to be able to follow the data longer term. Because, it isn't just about the house. It is about public health and criminal justice and all the intersections. When you have a home, you're not reentering the system. The violence stops. That's the thing, You have a child who's been living in this vulnerable home for all this time, and now suddenly they're in a home that's peaceful, and they're not having this constant, so they're concentrating in school, their levels of trauma are reduced. That long-term outcome is going to be great for these families. They are increasing their income. Anecdotally, we know that from the time they start in the shelter with practically nothing, they come out and they've increased their income by, we've been able to help them with making sure they're connected to CalWorks, or making sure that they have all the public benefits, that they're collecting their child support. One of the ways the program does this with our staffing is that we call ourselves mobile advocates. So if you go to News, my organization, on any given day, and you look for our housing advocates, they're not going to probably be there because they're running around making real connections to providers, helping fill out forms. When you have that list of barriers, particularly you're an immigrant and you're afraid to access services and you don't speak the language, and having someone walk beside you in that process is going to be the key to actually making that connection. So I don't know how long I've been talking, but I would say to you that we just found out that this program will continue for another year, and it's not going to be competitive, so we're just incredibly grateful for that. But we also see the potential for huge expansion and how this could help all the communities in California. And if you want to, we talk about housing, like I said, is so hopeless. If you want a success story, there's a success story to be told here. So the investment is worth it. And the last thing that so we're planning, we're thinking, how many months of subsidy is this person going to take? If we don't know how much money we're getting, then it's really difficult for us to plan for that person's life. And the last thing that we want to do is for the funding to drop off and then have to say, well, that time's up and I'm sorry, now we're going to have to put you back on the street. So again, I know this sounds like an expensive endeavor, but I really believe that the amount of investment is well worth the back end expense. So just trying to think if there's anything else. Just on a side note, you were talking about foster care and custody. One of the things that's happening in this program is that because we have them in housing, and we're providing home visitation with our families who are in housing, child welfare is looking at that and partnering with us, and they're much more likely to be able to keep the custody of their children with that stability. So there's just all these ripple effects that I can't even have time to go into that are centered around housing.
So I think that answers one of my questions, is that with this Housing First model, which I know I live near the city of Riverside, and they're doing that with their homeless, having a Housing First model. So there's wraparound services that are involved in this with the Housing First model. Two questions. With partnering with the landlords, is this affordable housing? Are they meeting affordable housing mandates with this, or is there subsidies for this?
So they have agreed to take below market rent. We've kind of worked out with them. Typically if you look at someone who is probably on CalWorks or working, a low minimum wage job, we know kind of what the pay range is going to be that they're going to be able to do that, and then we're going to help subsidize that. They're willing to accept, the amount that we can put together for them to be able to make that monthly rent. And our goal is that over that 3-6 month time frame, we're going to continually be looking to see how we can increase that income. We've done some home sharing situations. Landlords have been sometimes willing to do that, and quite honestly, sometimes that works and sometimes that doesn't. That's difficult, but we try to get creative.
So with I know I know the shelters where I live, they're alternatives to domestic violence. It's a confidential shelter, and no one knows where it is and who's there. So how does that work with modeling this with landlords?
So what we do with that mobile advocacy is we drive our clients out to those locations to meet with the landlords, to see the apartment. And it is client-driven, trauma-informed services, so we have to be careful that the apartment that they're living in is going to feel like a safe space, that they're not going to run into their, person who abused them maybe in that space. So we listen to the survivors and what feels like it will work for them, and we kind of take them where they need to go rather than having people coming into us. And that's that mobile advocacy part is really key. You would be amazed how much better service you get when you're a crime victim with an advocate standing next to you than you are when you're someone trying to access a service all by yourself.
It's always true.
How do the people get to you? I mean, you said they're a crime victim. Are they sent to you through the courts?
Just the same way people come into domestic violence. We're a domestic violence program where it's the same. It can be, someone can walk in. We have walk-ins. We have, referrals that come from law enforcement. Like I said, we do 24-hour immediate response.
Right.
So that we're going to get called then, and then we're going to kind of do an assessment for safety and what we need to do at that immediate crisis stabilization period, and then bring them either in or whatever decision needs to be made. If it looks like it's going to be a housing situation, then it gets referred to the domestic violence housing program within our domestic violence shelter program.
So this might be an unfair question, or seem like it's an unfair question, but given the housing crisis that we have in the state, are you seeing an influx of people who are coming to you looking for housing that may not necessarily be domestic violence? This is just another path for housing?
We did at first. When the money kind of came in really fast all at once, we sort of did. And then as we've been spending down the money, we've we prioritize. We do take it on a case-by-case basis. There are situations that lend, like for instance, we know that one particular client may have a better success being in this particular apartment because we know that this is the way we're piecing it together. So we might have to look at it like that rather than prioritizing. But we also realize that the women who are in the shelter, those 40 to 50 women a year in Napa who are in the shelter are probably going to be our priority population. And then that money, as it's getting spent down now, we're really coming to the end of this grant cycle. We're having to turn a lot more people away. And so we really have to do that assessment piece to make sure that we're using the money, you know, in the best way we can. Safety
And what
issues.
happens if they get back together with the guy? You change how you manage this?
So I may be naive, but I'm going to say that that really rarely happens in this situation, because once they realize they can be independent and they can live on their own and they can manage it without that violence in their lives, they're doing that. And you know, it's a limited time. We're not going to be able to be offering that kind of support for, you know, it's
long enough for them.
long enough for them.
themselves to sort of have the same impact that Mr. Moore had, that he finally realized that they had value, and so these women realized they have.
That's the other side. Yes, that's exactly right. That's the other side. They can do it.
Did you hear that? Is that my outside voice? Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I didn't hear what you said. So, right, so I hear the housing piece of it, but my presumption is that in order to really heal, right, as we've had this discussion all day, I'm presuming that the domestic violence services continue. In other words, working with mom in most cases, but also with the kids, right?
Yeah.
Because the idea is to heal them, is not just to house them.
Exactly. So it's part of the larger program.
Yeah,
So
okay.
they're getting protective orders. They're coming to support groups. We have a program called Kids Exposed to Domestic Violence that uses, you know, art, guided meditation, healthy eating. We incorporate all kinds of stuff. We do this thing called Mrs. Grace, where if a child is having a concern but they don't want to talk about it in the group, they put a little note in the box. We review those. We kind of come back with an answer for them. Well, for instance, a child might say something in the group like, I'm really angry with my mom because we don't live with my dad anymore. You know, and so those are things that might not come out in the other place, but it's creating a safe place for that. So the moms are going to support groups. The kids are coming to support groups. We're doing a lot of connections to things like we've driven people to get their immigration status. We have the realm of the things that the program, the overall program does to meet people's needs for holistically and who they are is broad. So it's just one piece of the bigger, yeah.
Any other questions, comments, commissioners? Seeing none, thank you very much for that presentation.
Thank you very much, and good luck with going forward with where you end up, and appreciate all of this.
Thank you. Right, we've got some speaker slips, and I see a new one over there. Thank you. The first one I have before me is Conrapal Dalival, and I believe the organization is RISE. Then after that will be Nilda Valmores.
How much time do we have?
3 minutes.
3 minutes, okay. Good afternoon. My name is Kamarpal Dhaliwal. I'm the Associate Director and co-founder of the RISE Center in Richmond. We're a youth center. My pronouns are she, her, and hers. At RISE, all our programs are grounded in healing-centered, justice-driven approaches and practices. IPV and domestic violence, we see day in, day out in all different forms and configurations that impact our young people. What we know and recognize is that all forms of violence are rooted in structural violence, and that we have to make the connections between different forms of violence to the structures and the systems and their relationships between each other. That the harms and struggles in relationships are reflective of these broader systems, and it's been shared over and over by previous speakers. I want to talk a little bit, because it's come up, the Cal OES. We do receive Cal OES funding for victims of crime of lethal injury, but there's a lot of similarities, and many of the young people we see who have experienced lethal injury, what we end up actually holding space and healing for is around family violence. So again, those connections around different forms of violence are really critical. OES doesn't want us to talk about what we do around DV and IPV because we don't get money for that. But if our work is to heal and to hold our families and young people where they are, then we're going to do our work, not just what we're funded for. And so we spend a lot of time punching in the widgets, as folks have mentioned, and that's not unimportant necessarily. But what we do, what I do a lot, is in the section where you can say, is there anything more you want to add? We add about 4 or 5 pages, and we talk about the implicit and explicit racism and bias within the systems and how that impacts our young people, the over-policing and over-pathologizing of Black and brown youth, so it's assuming guilt of Black boys, not believing Black girls. It's shaming what girls wear, not allowing boys to show emotions, and not allowing for sort of possibilities beyond the gender binary. And in our community in Richmond, I mean, our own police department has engaged in sex trafficking and hasn't actually apologized or acknowledged that in any public way. So you think about what that does to the psyche of young people and our families. So if we're supposed to be going to law enforcement to protect us when it's actually harming and inflicting this pretty egregious violence. We talk about displacement and gentrification. We see the way it impacts young people and the family structures, and this is by design, by policy. And then what is really hard and hurtful is the silence by the other systems that are supposed to protect us. So like our public health systems, no one came out to tell our young people, we are sorry that your police department didn't show up. Right? And this is about interpersonal violence. We have families that have called the police because of issues they're not believed. And then we've had in the last year two murders based on that. So it's family violence, right? So when you think about the ripple effect of that. So some of the recommendations I want to just make in this short time I have, that it really is this profound shift in the paradigms and approaches. And that means actually all systems to engage in truth and reconciliation and radical inquiry around the racist, sexist, classist harms produced by the systems and maintained by many of the nonprofit and social service systems in this room and outside of this room. We need to acknowledge and apologize for the system's harm. We need to listen deeply to the impact of this harm so we can learn and lead differently, and that we can disrupt the systems as they are and build the systems that our communities deserve. I think also this question of is it prevention, intervention, postvention? Our lives, we're simultaneously living prevention, intervention, postvention. That's how we live. And so our research and our policies, our investments actually need to reflect that. And so I want to break up and challenge us to think about even the siloing of what's prevention and what's intervention. What looks like prevention for someone is intervention for someone else, vice versa. And that we need to complicate the issue a bit more. And that's what our young people tell us over and over. We are too simple in how we do things, and that simplicity creates too much harm for them and too much burden. There's also, if you're not familiar, it's a framework of research called syndemics that public health still needs to get on the train about, but it actually is a framework in which you actually look at the relationship between different factors. So it's not about confounding, it's actually about looking at the relationship and the compounding, and that we feel like is really more reflective of how our communities live, navigate, survive, and succeed. I'll stop there.
Thank you very much.
Actually, I do want to share one other thing. I also come up here, I am a survivor of domestic violence. I grew up, I had all my materials needs met, grew up in domestic violence and racial terror. And how I tried to deal with that was to be a good, compliant girl. I tried to be the best white girl I could be, right, growing up in the Central Valley. And what that did was I had extreme depression, suicidal ideation, ulcers, migraines. Praise adolescent development, praise risk-taking, praise the universe. Something clicked in me to be like, I don't need to do this anymore, and I did all the acting out I could. I engaged in all the high-risk behaviors that we're trying to stop, and I never felt so much better in my life. That sense of agency that I felt like I had, and that impacted my relationship with my father, with the systems I was around, with the racists I was around. It didn't mean I was out of danger, but I just want to also share we have to complicate the things that we think are protective and not, that they're all based in an ideology of supremacy that we have to disrupt. Thank you.
Thank you. Nilda Valmoris. Welcome. Thank you. You are with My Sister's House.
Yes, and hopefully you all are have had lunch at My Sister's Cafe down the street. So, Thank you. My name is Nilda Valmores, and I've been the executive director of my sister's house for the past 15 years. Thank you, Little Hoover Commission, for this important discussion of grant funding for domestic violence and improvements for the delivery of public services. I speak today representing my sister's house, a nonprofit organization based in Sacramento providing shelter and services to victims of domestic violence, sexual assault, and human trafficking. What makes my sister's house special and unique are two traits. One, our cultural responsiveness expertise dealing with Asian Pacific Islander victims. And two, our expertise as the only domestic violence shelter in California, perhaps in the nation, that has operated a cafe, which has provided job training and income for our survivors for the past 5 years. As a culturally responsive organization and leader, my sister's house is also a member and founder of the Culturally Responsive Domestic Violence Network, a collaboration of 17 organizations or parties from throughout California representing Asian Pacific Islander, Latinx, Black, physically challenged, and LGBTQI communities, and it's been supported from the Blue Shield of California Foundation. I especially speak today on behalf of CRDVN. The mission of our Culturally Responsive Domestic Violence Network, and for time I'm going to call it CRDVN, is to build the strength and sustainability of culturally responsive efforts to prevent and end gender-based violence in California. Our vision is a California which marginalized communities have equitable engagement in the movement to end domestic violence, and marginalized survivors thrive through culturally responsive programs. To more effectively serve California's victims of domestic violence, CRDVN encourages the Little Hoover Commission makes the following recommendations. First, that funding needs to support shelter and non-shelter-based approaches and organizations making cultural responsiveness a priority. Said another way, cultural responsiveness needs to be a priority for funding for domestic violence. Two, California needs to make ending domestic violence a priority and can accomplish this by increasing economic security for women. On the first point of cultural responsiveness, some important points that I know you already know: that we're the most populous state, they're the world's most diverse population with 40% being non-Caucasian, and that domestic violence does not discriminate. It follows that the utilization of domestic violence services should reflect our communities, and when it doesn't, leaders need to ask why. And of course, I'm here today because it doesn't. In 2017-18, Cal OES's data shows that out of 115,000 DV survivors, only 3% were Asian, and less than 2% were LGBTQ. So 3% of Asian Pacific Islanders are accessing services, yet California's Asian Pacific Islander population is approximately 15%, or 5 times that amount. So either Asian Pacific Islanders are impacted by domestic violence in the same proportion as other communities, or we're just not accessing and receiving needed services. We would argue that the latter is happening, and that the Little Hoover Commission and other leaders need to not just ask why, but to help correct the situation. When you consider how culturally and linguistically isolating it might be for members of the groups to leave their own communities, it's not surprising that they may be less likely to access the one-size-fits-all model that Cal OES currently encourages with funding priorities, and that mainstream domestic violence organizations operate. This could be improved if recipient organizations of domestic violence funds are expected and must show with their data that they are serving all their community, especially when it comes to ethnic representation of their clients. The excuse of that whatever group is just not walking in the door is not acceptable when there are no outreach efforts, no staffing, and no special program efforts to achieve the service goals. Let me give you another example. For 2 years, my sister's house has proudly been leading with other partners training on cultural responsiveness services across California, with much appreciation and support from Cal OES. This free training for the field has received many wonderful reviews from those in attendance. Yet, many shelters have not participated in this free training. And often, many of those shelters that do participate often send the staff members that are already personally identified with the issue of cultural responsiveness. So why does that happen? And what can we do with the larger regular funding to domestic violence shelters to encourage or require them to be more culturally responsive? A final example is the need for cultural responsive services is that the term intimate partner violence for many households doesn't really go well, because especially in our non-Western standards, it's not an intimate partner that's serving as the abuser. So shouldn't domestic violence funds be used to prevent and stop all violence occurring in our homes? In summary, CRDVN believes that shelter and non-shelter organizations servicing domestic violence victims that are serving all their community members in a culturally responsive manner should receive domestic violence funding. And of course, we acknowledge the need and would support additional funding. Regarding the second point of economic security, this is a huge barrier for survivors.
Be so kind as to wrap up. Thank you.
Okay. And again, through our cafe, we're under 20 full-time people, under $2 million budget, and yet we've been able to now have people operating Google Cafe and food truck, several survivors working at Apple and Amazon, and several survivors working at restaurants. So not all doing culinary jobs. But because of this effort, survivors have been able to find their own apartments, acquire transportation, improve their health and mental health, and best of all, walk away from abusive situations. So CRDVN recommends that conversations need to be held with state-level policymakers who often think of domestic violence and job and workforce development as different issues. 2, that funders of job training programs need to allocate funding for domestic violence survivors, which is best utilized by organizations with domestic violence experience. And then lastly, that domestic violence funds need to be used to support job training and social enterprise projects. When we begin to train survivors and rebuild their wallets and their confidence, then they can walk away from abuse, and then we can begin to end domestic violence. So thank you on behalf of CRDVN and my sister's house and the survivors that especially face language and cultural issues.
Thank you. And I would respectfully ask that ensure that your comments are provided to our staff.
Yes.
So that okay.
I will have them mailed to you.
Thank you very much. Next is Susan Riggs. And is this ASPUA? Is that it? ASPCA. ASPCA. Thank you.
Yes. Why is an animal cruelty organization here today?
Yes.
I
understand exactly.
Yeah, exactly. So Susan Riggs with the ASPCA, and I'm here to really encourage you guys to consider the implication of pets in a household when it comes to domestic violence. We have found that over 25% of domestic violence victims report delaying leaving a volatile situation for a median of 2 years. And, one of the greatest reasons for that is the vast majority of housing, especially emergency housing that's available to survivors, does not accommodate pets. And this becomes a problem because the pets really do become a proxy for the victim in this relationship and in the violence. And so we've also seen that of the women entering domestic violence shelters, that over 75% of them report that there has been a threat of harm or actual harm to the pet. And so you get this, delay, obviously reoccurring violence, and the potential that the animal becomes violent. And any pet owner knows that, that pet becomes a source of great support and companionship, especially when there's trauma involved. And so we really want you to consider including some statement about pets in there. And the last thing I'll say is that we were really honored this year to co-sponsor with the California Partnership for Domestic Violence, a bill that was authored by Assemblymember Mainshine and signed by the governor that actually does provide some emergency pet boarding through the Victims' Compensation Fund reimbursement for that emergency sheltering for the pets. And so I think those types of that type of thinking, the animal shelters are definitely stepping up and trying to fill the gap, but we need to do some more creative thinking about how to accommodate the pets and get them out of the volatile situation as well.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. The last public comment, Mike Harold. Hello.
Hi, I'm Mike Harold, Director of Policy Advocacy for the Western Center on Law and Poverty. And I came today because I just wanted to share with you just a little bit of information about the intersection between domestic violence and our state's CalWorks program. And I know we have at least two members on this panel up here who have significant experience and knowledge with our CalWorks program and have been champions of this program over the years. Our CalWorks program is really the program that we have in our state that helps provide assistance and job training and opportunity to get out of poverty for families with children. It has served, currently it serves about 350,000 families in the state of California with our very strong economy. Actually, our caseload is at one of its lowest ebbs. In recent years, we've been able to make a significant number of changes within the program that really kind of reflect the new information and data that we've been able to glean over time. And in 2014, we were able to create a new thing called the Online CalWorks Assessment Tool. And the purpose of this was to really try to do a better job of determining what the needs of families were specifically as they came into the program. What kind of barriers did they have to getting into welfare to work and to be able to acquire sustainable employment. And also, I think, to try to devise additional paths for people to be able to get out of poverty. Our original approach was pretty much, put people into job search, try to get them a job, any job, and then that would be good. And then I think what we now know from the data is that getting folks into education is really probably the greater need, since more than half the recipients when they come in don't even have a GED. So we need to meet these kind of very basic educational goals as a starting place. But one of the byproducts of this was that we did ask a lot of questions about barriers for families. And, we always knew there were a lot of families who came in the door who had significant barriers: domestic violence, mental health, some with substance abuse issues, housing, homelessness, obviously also a major issue. One of the things with OCAD is that for the first time we actually have a state-level data source that actually can help tell us what's happening with families who are coming through the CalWorks program. So I pulled up some data from the most recent report on CalWorks recipients from the Department of Social Services. And in a 12-month period, we heard they had 80,000 people come through the program and become eligible for CalWorks during that time. And of those 80,000 families that came into the program in those 12 months, over 17,000 of them had indicated that they had a need for domestic violence services. Almost 1 in 4 families were requesting domestic violence services. And of those same 80,000 families, some 28,000 families were requesting recommendation or referrals for mental health services. And I think in our world, we see quite an overlap between families who have domestic violence needs and families who have mental health needs. So that is a very substantial portion of the population that's coming in the door the first day with very significant barriers that need to be addressed. And that, quite frankly, unless they get addressed at an early stage, our efforts and our investments to try to get people through the welfare to work system are likely to be less effective. But I think what I really wanted to share with you is that we're not doing a very good job of meeting these needs. The department's own data also shows that of those 17,000 plus families that indicated that they had a need for domestic violence services, we provided services for 3,000 households in that same time period. For those with mental health needs, of the 28,000 that had needs, 4,900 actually got mental health services. So I think one of the things that we're here to say is that people like yourselves, people on the Little Hoover Commission, members of the legislature, members of the administration, need to start holding accountable this program and really making sure that if we're investing in information and data to find out what's going on with families and we're discovering that there's a high need, that we're also making sure that those services are actually getting delivered to families. Now, we've taken some steps in recent years here in the legislature since some of this data came out to try to improve the way that we fund counties so that we encourage them to try to help families who have the greatest needs. We don't have any data back from that, and I'm hopeful that will make an improvement. But I don't think that's going to be the end of the discussion, and I would really encourage this commission and others to really keep an eye on this as we go forward and make sure that we're making substantial improvements and that we're really meeting a far greater number of these families' needs than we currently are. So that's what I had to share.
Great, thank you. And again, I would also invite you to submit the comments to the staff.
Mm-hmm.
Appreciate it. Thank you very much. Any closing comments, observations from commissioners? Now, again, I want to express our gratitude to all of you for your personal investment in what clearly can be extraordinarily rewarding, but I also think at times extraordinarily painful in observing, seeing what you see, the pain that in people that you experience. And don't tell me you don't take some of that home, because you do. You take that home with you when you invest your emotions in other people and in helping them to be better. You take some of that home. But I don't think, I think we all agree as commissioners that our world would be far worse without your dedication, your commitment, and your investment in helping people with their lives. And you've given us a great deal of information and material to work with, and we appreciate your investment and appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
Michael, don't go away. I'm so angry that you said it. I'm not going to let him get away with